You ready, Mitch? Oh, testing 1, 2, 3, mic 1. Testing 1, 2, 3, mic 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, mic 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, mic 4. Mic 5. Mic 6. Mic 7. Mic 8. Mic 9. Mic 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. I'm going to go to the witness table. Mic 1 at the witness table. Mic 2 at the witness table. Mic 3. Mic 4. Hey, Cash, if you on the Zoom, can you come on? Cash?
I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council, Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Monday, May 4th, 2026. The time is 2:12 in the afternoon. My apologies for our starting very late. The subject of today's hearing is consideration of the mayor's proposed budget for 3 agencies under the purview of the Committee of the Whole. And those agencies are, and we will hear testimony in this order: District of Columbia Auditor, DC Retirement Board, and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. The mayor submitted the budget on April 14th of this year. The council has 56 days before we vote first reading, which is scheduled for June 9th. For the first 3 weeks, not including the week of the 14th, the council's committees are having hearings on the proposed budget for the agencies under their purview. Committees will mark up the following week. As I said, the council will vote on June 9th, first reading. This is the 6th of 9 hearings the Committee of the Whole is having related to the budget. On Wednesday, we will hear testimony regarding the Commission on Arts and Humanities, Office of Zoning, Office of Planning, and Department of Buildings. On Thursday, May 7th, we will hear testimony regarding the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. And next Wednesday, May 13th, we will have a hearing on all of the legislative measures that the mayor submitted, which would be the Local Budget Act for 2027, a revised budget for fiscal year 2026, the Budget Support Act, and the Federal Portion Budget Request Act. That's May 13th. I think at this point we will proceed with witnesses. Again, the order will be the auditor, then the retirement board, and then the chief financial officer. For the auditor, there were 2 individuals who signed up to testify. Before I get to the auditor, Scott Goldstein, I'm assuming he's participating virtually, and Danshia Prideaux. I don't know if she is here. Don't see her. Mr. Goldstein, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. The DC Auditor continues to be an incredibly valuable part of DC government's ecosystem, conducting critical studies that hold the government accountable and make important recommendations. The auditors recently released 3 different reports on education focused on spending. While they note an increase in overall education spending, the majority of that increase has come from driving down student-to-teacher ratios in a way that is good for student outcomes. They do make important points about potential duplication of initiatives across education agencies, which is worth noting in a time of tight budgets and high absenteeism, because we'd be well served to have a better coordinated, more holistic response to this challenge. They also note a sharp increase in administrative positions in schools. This is worth further investigation. While some positions classified as administrative are deeply valuable, such as connected schools managers, attendance counselors, or wellness coordinators, we haven't thought strategically about how administrative staffing works and what the most effective structures are. Whether by the auditor, the council, the state board of education, or potentially the research practice partnership, it would be worth us as a city looking at the dozens of administrative staffing models across DCPS and charter LEAs to determine the effectiveness of different models, since the cost variations are extremely high, and this takes away funding for direct student support. We do have duplication in some ways because of the undefined mandate of the DME's office, partially as a result of our education governance model. While mayoral control is designed to make things more efficient, in reality, it makes spending less efficient by stacking so many roles in mayoral-run agencies and the council that are stretched thin already that would normally be shared by others, like a school board. Second, I'm testifying to ask the DC auditor to conduct a thorough on-the-ground investigation and report on the effectiveness of youth curfews. Why is this needed? Every independent study, every one, from the Campbell's Collective's meta-analysis to the American Journal of Criminal Justice to the Marshall Project, all show that curfews do not work. Not only do they do not work, but studies find they actually increase youth violence for a multitude of reasons. The conversation among council members and the mayor about this policy has been almost completely evidence-free and driven by politics, implementing an idea that will make them look like they're addressing something rather than actually addressing it. I've heard many council members refer to the curfew not as a solution, but as a Band-Aid. But I don't see how something can make a situation worse and be a Band-Aid. Band-Aids help stop the bleeding. Curfews increase the blood. Curfews plainly do not help avoid arrests, as Councilmember Pinto and others have argued, but rather put youth increasingly in interactions not only with MPD, but the National Guard. The idea expressed by some in the council, including the chairman, that the curfew only applies to a group of 8 is directly refuted by the lived experience where police are dispersing every teen they see. I would ask any council member who thinks they're really only making groups of 8 leave to go to Navy Yard during a curfew and see whether police are only dispersing groups of larger than 8 or just every teenager they see. In effect, the curfews do prohibit all teens from being in those areas at those times, increase their interactions with police, and provably fail to prevent violence. That's something you could prove through study. Again, there has really been no evidence inserted into this debate, and I think it would be helpful for all of those reasons and more to have the DC auditor conduct a real on-the-ground study of curfew implementation in DC. I appreciate all the continued work by the DC auditor. I will say that the Auditor Patterson, and I have had discussions about these 2 issues in advance of the hearing as well. In particular, it will be critical that the DC auditor does this work during the next year to help the new mayor and council members understand key issues as they take office. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate your testimony. I do not have any questions for you. Thank you. We'll turn to Kathy Patterson, since the other witness, Danshia Prideaux, is not here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kathy Patterson, District of Columbia Auditor, and I appreciate the chance to be here to talk about the budget for the Office of the DC Auditor for this year and for the proposed fiscal year budget for 2027. I'll also use this opportunity to share my perspective on a couple of critical issues in the proposed budget. ODCA's original FY26 approved budget is 7.8 million. Our revised budget is 11.6 million based on the transfer in January of carryover funds totaling 3.8 million. Our personal services budget for FY26 is 6.1 million. Our non-personal budget is 5.5 million, including that carryover from fiscal year 2025. At the end of March, halfway through the current fiscal year, we had expended 34.7% of our personal services funds and 12.1% of our non-personal funds. Regarding our non-personal services budget, we are in the same position we've been in over the last 2 budget cycles, facing the possibility of significant litigation costs based on a case in DC Superior Court brought by 3 sworn members of the Metropolitan Police Department, challenging the publication of the 2022 report. 36 fired MPD officers reinstated, received 14 million in back pay. The judge granted our motion to dismiss the case in November 2024, but we continue to await a written decision. The plaintiffs have already indicated they will file an appeal as soon as they review the dismissal. If that appeal is successful and the case goes to trial, we anticipate the cost will be significant. With the assistance of that significant carryover funds, we are initiating additional contract audits on high priority policy issues, including a 3rd review on education expenditures by Alvarez and Marcel on the charter school facilities allotment at your request. We anticipate additional contract audits focusing on issues that affect district expenditures, including another review of the fair election program. The mayor's proposed budget for FY27 includes 7.8 million and 35 FTEs. That total includes 6.1 million for personal services and 1.7 million for non-personal services, the largest amount of which is in the contractual services line. And again, I anticipate the largest portion of that non-personal service funding will support contract audits. The proposed budget is sufficient to meet ODCA's mission. We currently are hiring and recently had a staff member return to ODCA after spending 7 years with the Federal Inspector General Office. He is our 3rd hire in the last calendar year of individuals who formerly worked for the federal government. As you're aware, we've been relying on the Department of General Services to find a tenant for the space we currently lease on the 7th floor of 1331 Pennsylvania Avenue. The rent allocated for that 7th floor is about $230,000, and we assume would be transferred from our budget to another DC agency if DGS is successful in arranging for another tenant. I'd like to mention the transition from the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight. At the end of FY25, that office had an end in its own funding. Mark Jordan, the executive director, continued to serve in that capacity through FY26 with compensation assumed by ODCA while working on transition issues. And also he began conducting a study on public safety agency personnel costs for ODCA. In October, we reached an agreement with the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services Director, Sam Abed, that the agency would continue to analyze and publish the monthly population and incident data for both the Youth Services Center and New Beginnings on DYRS's own website. That continuing publication of the data provides a vital window into the safety of the youth, staff, and public who reside, work, or otherwise occupy the ISC and New Beginnings, and it's important information for the council, advocates, other juvenile justice stakeholders, and the public at large. The last step in that transition is to archive the reports published by the OIJJFO during its 5-year career, and we are creating a landing page on the ODCA website to make that material continually available. And finally, I'm pleased to share that Mr. Jordan has agreed to join ODCA staff as a senior analyst. Turning to a couple of issues from our recent reports. Last October, we released a report finding that the Washington Convention Center and Sports Authority, known as Events DC, owed the district general fund $68.7 million based on errors in calculating the amount of excess cash that Events DC should have repaid for fiscal 24. As you know, the DC Code requires Events DC to transfer excess cash to the district at the end of each fiscal year. As far as I know today, no one has taken any action based on our October finding, and now approximately $62 million remains disputed by Events DC. Given the difficult spending decisions ahead of the council, I encourage you to consider the resource representing by the Events DC excess cash situation and the ongoing failure to transfer the correct amount to the general fund. We're conducting a similar analysis this year for fiscal 25 and anticipate having a new excess funds report in the fall. We recently released the report titled Reserve Fund Allocations Violated District Law, finding that the Office of the Chief Financial Officer acted without statutory authority in approving expenditures from the contingency reserve and masked violations of the district's Anti-Deficiency Act by covering expenditures that had already been made without statutory budget authority. It's clear from our reports that the OCFO brings little to no discipline to agency spending, including facilitating the use of reserves for purposes that have not been documented as, quote, non-recurring or unforeseeable needs, end quote. The OCFO appears to approve any expenditure from the contingency reserve that has been requested, thus missing an opportunity to require justification. The CFO could be using that office's considerable authority to drive better management of resources and help ensure value for dollars spent. This mirrors the need for the CFO to require greater discipline in the gap closing plans that agencies are required to provide through the financial review process, an issue this committee explored in the roundtables in October. I urge the council to continue to press the CFO to use his authority to require better agency resource management. As Mr. Goldstein just noted, we issued 2 reports recently that analyzed education sector spending and staffing growth, and they shed light on potential areas to explore for possible savings. And we then summarized some of these in a recent education budget brief. With regard to DC public school staffing costs, growth in those expenditures were built into future budgets when the mayor negotiated and the council approved a collective bargaining agreement that didn't merely provide significant pay increases, but expanded health benefits and the job categories included in the collective bargaining unit. Our DCPS report noted the increase of nearly 400 teachers across DCPS, part of the growth in staff that has vastly outpaced a modest increase in enrollment. That staffing growth has been paid for with large annual increases in the uniform per student funding formula. In the mayor's proposed FY27 budget, the formula would increase another 2.55%, resulting in total instructional costs of $2.66 billion across DCPS and public charters. That's a total $60 million increase in instructional costs over FY26. In contrast, last year, the council approved a 5-year financial plan that included an actual decrease in the uniform student funding formula in FY27. To reconsider that through flat funding or even having the per student base amount would be a significant savings. With regard to oversight agency and administrative costs and duplication of efforts, as Mr. Goldstein noted, are two issues that we cite for additional study in our reports on the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and the Deputy Mayor for Education. One example of expenditures for administrative costs are those incurred in the Child Care Subsidy Program. As total program costs grew from $23.8 million in fiscal 23 to $67.8 million in fiscal 25, the cost to administer the program increased by nearly 160%, from $4.2 million to $10.9, at a much higher nominal rate than the subsidies themselves. Greater program funding usually offers an opportunity for economies of scale in administrative costs. Many federal programs impose administrative cost percentage caps, and that might be an option for the council to consider. Both of the district's education oversight agencies has ongoing initiatives in school attendance, out-of-school time programming, and data collections. Economies could be explored in consolidating programs. One of the report recommendations was for OSCE and the deputy mayor to conduct an efficiency assessment covering administrative costs and potential duplication of efforts. Turning to another budget pressure, for the second year in a row, the Metropolitan Police Department exceeded its annual allocation for overtime in the first quarter of the fiscal year, according to the financial review process reports. Our staffing study using data provided by MPD determined that patrol officers used an average of 9.3 weeks of leave per year, and detectives used an average of 8.2 weeks of leave per year, leave of various types. But this means that a significant portion of the sworn staff was unavailable for duty for a significant amount of time, which is another significant factor contributing to overtime. Management initiatives to increase the time current sworn members are consistently unavailable for duty could also reduce overtime costs. As I mentioned, I did mention a third study we have underway on education costs. Additional budget-focused projects include a study of employment and training services and outcomes for TANF and SNAP recipients, and an audit of agencies with a high level of leave usage to understand the extent to which discretionary leave is well managed. We continue to consider other ways we might be able to contribute to sound budget decision-making by the mayor and council. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to exchange my auditor hat for a former council member hat very briefly to ask you to reject the mayor's proposal to terminate the Homeland Security Commission. This is an entity created by my final major bill that you yourself shepherded through the council as Judiciary Chairman in the Homeland Security Risk Reduction and Preparedness Amendment Act of 2006. 5 years after 9/11, this legislation pulled together every step we could think of to prepare for and mitigate disasters. The Commission's charge was to make use of the extraordinary talent in our community among scientists, technologists, public safety and public health professionals, and others, to issue a report each year on a preparedness topic. I attached excerpts from your committee report on the legislation. In its 20 years, the Commission has produced just 4 annual reports, but they have included a 2015 report on preparedness for a pandemic. The 2018 report on cybersecurity included a recommendation that the district create a Chief Information Security Officer, a step that was then taken by the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. I believe using the expertise of area residents who volunteer to help ensure the district is continually thinking outside the box on what horrors could occur here and how to prevent or mitigate them is critical. And I hope council will again reject the mayor's short-sighted proposal. That concludes my prepared statement, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Do you have any idea why the mayor proposed that?
I don't. I do acknowledge that it's another commission whose membership they have to continue to fill, and it's an exercise that they haven't, again, if you think about 4 reports across 20 years, that's not really meeting the annual report requirement. But it's not something that is, it's usually staffed from HCMA. My guess is another budget-focused issue.
In your statement, you mentioned the financial review process reports, the FRPs. Have you looked at the FRPs that came out in April?
I believe the only one that we took a look at was MPD's, or whatever was the most recent one for MPD, to make sure that what we were saying about overtime was correct. So no, I haven't. But I am aware that the Office of Budget and Planning has been looking at revising the actual documentation, and I think that's a very good and healthy sign.
The MPD FRP, did it have some of the same language that we've seen in previous years, which is, well, there's a budget pressure, but it'll all be taken care of through reprogramming?
I believe, although I did not look that thoroughly at the report, I just wanted to make sure that they in fact had spent the amount of overtime we mentioned. I did have an occasion to see part of the MPD budget hearing this past week, and they did discuss the fact that they would seek to have their overtime made up, a big chunk of it through the supplemental budget that's now before you, and the remainder presumably through the end of the year reallocation.
Well, my question wasn't so much about what's going to happen with MPD overtime, but whether the FRPs have improved in quality. You'll recall that when we looked at the FRPs last year, we saw that generally they said the way we're going to manage the spending is we're just going to ask for more money. And that isn't actually a very satisfactory way to deal with agencies overspending their budgets. But you haven't looked at the FRPs
Not
more broadly.
recently, no.
You mentioned in your testimony about, speaking of MPD overtime, that you seem to suggest that there should be, I don't know, less leave taken, management initiatives to increase the time current sworn members are consistently available for duty. How does that work? Just to deny leave? I'm assuming the leave that they're taking is leave that they're authorized to take.
That's correct. But one issue from a management perspective could be better management of that leave. The report that we'll come out with in another several weeks looks a little bit more particularly, more detail level at what kind of leave is taken. And if, for example, an agency is reporting an extensive amount of leave without pay, that's something that you need management's approval in order to take leave without pay. If there's an excessive use of any other leave category, that's something to take a look at. This has been an issue. It's an issue that Mr. Jordan identified in DYRS. It's also an issue that's been identified at the Office of Unified Communications. And that's something that there was a huge amount of leave without authorization as well as leave without pay at that agency. And again, it raises another kind of management issue. So the point we're trying to make is 9 weeks of leave is a lot of leave in a given year, and that's an average. So we wanted to go beneath some of those basic numbers and see exactly when and how that leave is taken. And we'll have a bit of, that will be covered in the report that we have coming out.
So you haven't looked at that yet. You're looking at it now.
Looking at it in a little more depth, yes.
And I noticed that you did say leave. You didn't say paid leave. You didn't say what kind of leave.
Right, it includes all kinds. But the point being, unavailable for duty, whether it's paid or unpaid.
When you were on the council and you chaired the Judiciary Committee, you pressed MPD to reduce its overtime. And my recollection was that depending upon who was chief, it was an impossible task, or they actually were able to manage overtime. Could you say more about how that happened, that they were able to manage overtime and reduce it?
One of the presenting issues when I served on the council a number of years ago was court overtime. And the Council for Court Excellence and others took a very strong look at that issue. And that is something that MPD did then, in fact, reduce. And I think some of the focus that the committee brought to the issue what did focus on court overtime, where often you would have a detective waiting for a trial to happen that might never happen, and just an awful lot of time spent sitting in a hallway doing nothing. And that was a huge amount of the overtime at that period of time. I think that has been brought pretty much under control. I think the additional expenditures for overtime now, I understand, have been better managed in the past under Chiefs Lanier and Newsham, but that's really anecdotal information. I haven't gone back to take a look at the main numbers. What most elected officials who speak to this issue speak about is the number of sworn members, as if that were the only thing fueling overtime. And I think the issue does merit a much deeper look than simply the fact that we have fewer officers than we did 10 years ago.
And you're looking at that.
We're not looking at that directly. We're looking at it through the leave issue, but that's just one facet. One of the other things that was recommended in our staffing study was for MPD to get a better handle through data on how much time is in fact spent, in hospital details, in transporting juveniles and other things that district commanders said was a drain on their overtime, but they didn't have the numbers to back it up necessarily. And I do know that MPD does collect a huge amount of data. And I think one of the things we recommend in the staffing study was much better use of the data.
In your statement, you mentioned that you're hiring a person who had left your office and is coming back.
Yes,
Are they coming back because you're a wonderful place to work, or?
of course, Mr.
But you
Chair.
mentioned there are 3 people you're hiring from the federal government.
There are 3 of the 3 that we hired. 2 became available by having lost their federal jobs. And the gentleman who came returned to us from Inspector General office, I think it was his choice to leave where he was.
Halfway through the current fiscal year, you've expended 34.7% of your personal service funds and 12% of your non-personal service funds. Your budget proposed for next year is identical to the budget for this year, which is about $700,000 more than what you actually spent in 2025. So that would suggest to me that there is some excess funds in your agency?
Again, the reason that I have been, what's the right word, sitting on money has been the current concern about litigation, wanting to be able to pay for litigation if we needed to. And what we have then done is subsequently, when we're in a new fiscal year, then use that money for contract audits. And that's the process that we've been following, so that it looks like we have, and we do have a big bump of money with the transfer of the carryover funds. And then what we're trying to do is to engage additional contractors to do additional studies with those funds.
Roughly, how much did the court case involving the MPD officers cost at the trial court?
It hasn't,
No, you won in the trial court. You're
Right.
waiting for the
Well,
decision.
we have it's been dismissed, but will be appealed.
Correct. So
Um,
my question is, how much did that cost? That much of the process?
We provided that information in last year's testimony, but I don't have it in this year's testimony, and I will get it for the committee.
If you would.
Yeah.
Because I would think that the next step would be, after the order is issued, there would be an appeal, which would require obviously some work before the DC Court of Appeals. And you have hired counsel for that, correct?
Yes, we have an ongoing,
But I would think that that would end up costing less than what the trial court cost, which dismissed the case.
we have not gone to trial.
No, but the Superior Court, where they dismissed the case,
Right.
that is the trial court.
But,
I get that there was no trial. It
Right.
was dismissed.
right.
I'm just trying to get a sense. If you could just send me the information.
No, I'd be happy to.
Um,
I haven't been sued that many times, Mr. Chairman, so I don't have, it's not a topic have great familiarity with.
You're doing this review on the charter school facilities allotment?
Yes.
When do you expect that report?
Not for this budget cycle. We just signed that contract about a month ago. So by the fall, but certainly by the end of the calendar year.
What is the total amount of funding currently available in your carryover audit support fund?
That would be the number that I used in our testimony. The carryover was 3.8 million. And so the total for our in non-personal services for this year is 5.5 million. We've taken that with the contracts we've let so far. That's probably down to at least probably around 4, and we're considering additional audits right now. If your question is what might this committee recommend be used from our budget in the supplemental, that's something I would be happy to provide some information on.
You mentioned in your testimony the various youth reporting requirements that have been transitioned over from. I'm a little confused. This says transition from ODCA? No. Are there any statutory changes necessary to effectuate this?
And the DYRS data, is that what you're speaking of?
Reporting requirements that have been transitioned over to DYRS.
Right.
Do we need to make any statutory changes?
I don't believe so.
Any budget changes?
I don't believe so. No, this was DYRS data that the Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Office had developed into a website and various and sundry reports on incidents and on population. But again, it was from DYRS. The data that they published was from DYRS. And the agreement that the agency made was that they would now move that information and publish it on their own website, which they have been doing. And an element of it was made automatic working with Octo. So I believe that's all in motion.
You were present when Scott Goldstein testified. He suggested that you audit curfews. It sounds a little bit of a stretch for your duties. That's like looking at the effectiveness of a policy.
That could be something that might be appropriate for us to consider contracting with one of the local universities. That was sort of my immediate thought when he and I first spoke a couple of days ago. But that's certainly something that we could consider.
It did strike me that he referred to research about the effectiveness or efficacy of curfews, but generally a curfew is just a straight out ban. No juveniles can be outside after 11 p.m. And this is different. This is setting up curfew zones. They're limited in duration. They only affect groups of 8 or more. I'm not sure the research he referred to is applicable. I don't know if you have a view on that.
I don't know. I'm curious now to sort of look into it.
I don't have any other questions for you at this time. If you could work with our staff with regard to your offer for the fiscal year, the current fiscal year revised.
Yes, and we'll get you the litigation costs today.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. We will turn now to the DC Retirement Board. I again have two members of the public who signed up to testify. Robert Rabin, founder and executive director of Diverse Asset Managers Initiative. I believe he's online. And Donshia Prideaux also signed up for this segment, but she wasn't here last time. Is she here now? Mr. Rabin, good afternoon. It's nice to see you. And when you're ready,
Good afternoon, Chairman and Mr. Cash and others. I'm not entirely sure who's on the panel. Can you hear me okay?
yes.
Thank you very much for allowing the public to participate in this hearing. Super fast, we have had this conversation before. The Diverse Asset Managers Initiative, which is a national effort to get large allocators, including pension plans, to work with qualified, high-performing women and people of color, has for years been trying to get the DC pension plans to answer basic questions about how and whether we in the district do work with women and people of color. And I am at a juncture point after filing FOIA requests and retaining counsel to appeal those denied requests. We are still not able to get straight answers from the DC Retirement Board, and we would love for the council to re-engage and see if you can get straight answers. The short version is, in the annual reports that DCRB puts out on demographic and diversity data, there is insufficient data, evidence about whether and how we work with women and people of color as outside managers. Other jurisdictions, New York, Illinois, Los Angeles, sort of our peers around the country, have found ways to report annually specific demographic data by race and gender about the ownership or senior management teams of asset management firms with whom we place our billions of dollars. The District of Columbia refuses to provide that information. We have repeatedly asked to meet with the board to see if we can learn why, and they have refused to meet with us. We have information that the executive director has instructed trustees of the pension plan not to meet with the Diverse Asset Managers Initiative. I want to be clear for the record, it's not about the Diverse Asset Managers Initiative. It's about the pensioners in the District of Columbia. My suspicion is, and why I've come back to the council to raise the issue, the refusal to provide the data is actually a proxy for an unwillingness to have a conversation about why we essentially don't work with women, why we essentially don't work with Black people, Hispanics, Asian Americans. We have reason to believe that the overwhelming majority of the $13 or so billion of district pensioners' money, which is put out for outside management, is managed by white men. Nothing wrong with white men, but if you're not working with a diverse pool of managers, you're missing out on returns. So, Chairman, it's really a request to you and your staff. What can we do to get a straight answer from the retirement board about how and whether they work with people of color, and why they are hiding behind an alleged concern from our outside consultants that it's a trade secret to provide basic demographic information that other jurisdictions provide. I'll stop there. I'd love for you to sort of respond, if you're willing, about how you and your staff are willing to get involved here.
A few years ago, we had legislation. I don't know if we adopted the legislation or the board
You did not.
agreed
You
to
did
it.
not.
The purpose of the legislation was to encourage the retirement board to diversify its managers. You're saying you're asking for that information and you're not getting it.
Oh, it's worse than that. I've gotten 2 denials of FORA requests asserting that the complete data about how and whether we work with Black people, how and whether we work with women is a trade secret, the revelation of which would be to the competitive disadvantage of the consultant we pay to manage the money. That same consultant is providing that information all around the country to other jurisdictions. So we can't get the data. There's more detail, and I don't know how much time you want to provide.
I don't know that I want to go that much detail, but how, now, of course, I haven't seen your request, but how they work with somebody is a very vague question. Whether they have diversification in their asset managers is a very straightforward statistical answer. So is your question vague or is it precise?
It's precise, and you have the documentation. I've sent it to you multiple times. The FOIA request, the denial of the FOIA request. We are seeking demographic data of the ownership and senior management teams of the firms with whom the district is contracting to manage its money. It's a very straightforward demographic request. The district pension board says, look to our annual report. In the annual report, they provide not firm specific, but aggregated data only about a subset of the contractors with whom we are working, what's called emerging managers. It's about 2.2 billion of the 13 billion total. So for $11 billion, they're not providing any data about the demography of the firms with whom we're contracting to manage our money. That's what I'm after. And I want to be clear, I'm not in the statistics business. I'm in the business of trying to unearth what I think is the larger issue, which is the pension plans basically are not working with women, African Americans, or Hispanics to manage its money, and the degree to which the pension board and the ED are going to avoid having that conversation is now alarming.
Give me just a second.
Sure.
Mr. Rabin, we will look at the materials that you've sent. Can you send us as well examples of what other states have done?
Of course. Illinois, California, New York, absolutely.
Okay. Well, seeing what they've provided would help to illustrate what you're looking for. So if you could send us that.
I will. Thank you. I appreciate the possibility.
All right, we'll look into this. Thank you.
I appreciate you as your staff, and you know, I've been at this 8 years. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. The degree to which the pension system is going to not answer basic questions about race and gender tells me that there's something wrong. So I want to be clear about that. And I've come to testify to say that. Thank you so much,
Nope,
gentlemen.
you're clear. Thank you.
Mr. Cash, thank you. Appreciate you all.
We will turn now to JP Balistrieri, who is Executive Director of the DC Retirement Board.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair
Thank
Mendelson
you. When you're ready.
and Committee of the Whole and members of the council. I want to thank you and this committee for your continued support. DCRB looks forward to working with this committee and the council as DCRB fulfills its fiduciary and administrative responsibilities to its members. I will be speaking on DCRB's proposed fiscal year 27 budget. Joining me here today is Trustee Lyle Blanchard, our Chair of our Legislative Committee, who you know very well, Chair Mendelson. Leslie West, our Chief Financial Officer. Lori Morgan, our Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Head of Budget. Daniel Hernandez, our Pension Administrator, and Tom Vicente from Bolton Actuarial Services. Okay, DCRB's mission is to lead by serving others and includes two overarching goals: to prudently invest the assets of the fund for the exclusive benefit of its members and to provide plan members with accurate and timely annuity payments and best-in-class services. DCRB's priority is to invest and manage the fund, which is held in trust for the exclusive benefit of all plan members and their eligible survivors and beneficiaries. The assets of the fund must only be used to pay benefits to plan members and reasonably associated administrative expenses. DCRB's Board of Trustees, as fiduciaries, and DCRB management, who are required in good faith to discharge their responsibilities solely in the interest of the plan members and beneficiaries, must always continue to work collaboratively to maximize returns as well as manage and mitigate risk to the fund. The district government, as the employer, is the plan sponsor and responsible for the design of the plans, administrative activities, calculating and paying the required employer contributions, as well as other employee benefits to the fund. DCRB as plan administrator is responsible for providing a limited range of pension administration services to plan members as third-party benefits administrator for district police officers, firefighters, and teachers who are covered under the retirement plans that were frozen prior to July 1st, 1997, and are funded by the U.S. Department of Treasury, referred herein as the frozen plans. As of September 30th, 2025, there were 25,350 members in the district and/or the frozen plans jointly. Approximately 80%, that's 20,500 or so of the members are now covered under the district plans, or they are jointly funded by the district and federal governments. Although the greater portion of the benefit payments are still paid by U.S. Treasury for accrued annuity benefits under the frozen plans, our actuary projects that district annuity payments are expected to surpass those of the U.S. Treasury around 2031, approximately 5 years from now. DCRB's total assets under management market value reached $13.8 billion as of December 31st, 2025. As of April 30th, 2026, DCRB's total market value also reached $14.3 billion with a current 2026 fiscal year-to-date net return of 6.7%. And we continue to make progress in our efforts to create, maintain a comprehensive and a sustainable retirement system for our members. I'm pleased to report that DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system with the plan's aggregate actual funding status level at 104.2% as of September 30th, 2025, one only of less than a handful of pension plans all over the United States that are fully funded over 100%. The funding status is determined by comparing the value of the assets held by the pension fund with the present value of its liabilities. Liabilities typically include the future pension payments that the fund is obligated to pay its retirees. DCRB's 104% funding status compared to the estimated average funding status of the 100 largest U.S. pension plans of 80.2% displays DCRB's firm ability to fulfill its present and future obligations to its hardworking pensioners versus its larger peers over the long term. The board's independent actuary, Bolton, conducts an actuarial evaluation each year to determine the funded status of the plans and to identify the district's contribution to the fund. From its inception in 1982 through September 25, the plan has generated an annualized gross return of 8.59%, exceeding DCRB's actuarial long-term target rate. One of DCRB's major ongoing responsibilities is to prudently invest the funds with the goal of earning a return that meets and exceeds the established actuarial long-term investment return of 6.25%. This target is intended to sustain the fund's viability over the long-term investment horizon. DCRB's fiscal year end September 30th, 2025, DCRB closed the fiscal year of 2025 at a net return rate of 10.25%, well ahead of our actual return target rate. DCRB's financial statements are audited annually, and we continue to strive to consistently obtain and maintain unqualified audit opinions and report our financial activities according to the required governmental accounting standards. Transparency is our number one priority. On December 12th, 2025, our auditors, BCA Watson Rice, issued their opinion and identified no material weaknesses in internal control or financial reporting for DCRB. Subsequently, in January of 2026, the District of Columbia's Office of the Inspector General, in its compliance report under government auditing standards for the fiscal year ended 2025, confirmed and concurred with our auditor's opinion that there were no identifiable material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting of DCRB. I'm also happy to report to date that DCRB has been among a select number of public systems to ever receive the Public Pension Coordinating Council's 2025 Recognition Award for Funding and Administration in recognition of meeting professional standards for plan funding and administration. And for the 17th consecutive year, DCRB was awarded on December 8th, 2025, the Government Finance Officer Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year ended 2024 ACFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the highest form of recognition in government accounting and financial reporting. We also received the National Conference on Public Employee Retirement Systems, also awarded to DCRB with 2025 Certificate of Excellence for Public Pension Reporting and Transparency Award. Fiscal year 27 required district payment to the fund, our budget. The district's certified fiscal year 2027 contribution to the fund totals $221,018,000, which consists of two components: the proposed contribution of $77,052,000 to the Teachers Retirement Fund, as reflected in the Teachers Retirement System budget. It represents $1.5 million, 2.06% increase from fiscal year 26. The proposed contribution of $143,966,000 for the Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund, as reflected in the Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System budget, represents an increase of $6.35 million, or 4.61% from fiscal year 2026. The $221 million is the employer contribution amount certified by the board's actuary as actuarially determined employer contribution for fiscal year 27. The board certified this amount to the mayor and the council in January 2026 for inclusion to the district's approved budget. The total contribution of $7.9 million or $3.7 million higher from fiscal year 26 is outlined for the following reasons. $25.5 million attributed to the investment return for the period ending 9/30/2025, offset partially by the prior year's returns. $32.5 million attributed to demographic experience being less favorable than assumed in the prior year, largely higher than assumed pay increases attributable to that. $2 million attributable to the lower than assumed post-retirement benefit cost of living adjustment, and $6 million is for the adjustment for actual versus expected covered payroll. The decreases are offset by $8.9 million in increases from the normal cost. The district's contribution of $221 million is 5.37 times the size of DCRB's operating budget of $42.1 million. These contributions plus investment earnings will create reserves that will cover the negative fund cash flow when the district benefit payments exceed contributions for each of the plans in total. This is an expected occurrence as the plans mature. Proposed operating budget for fiscal year 27. The proposed budget meets the agency's goals of efficiency, service, and stewardship at all levels of the organization. Further, the proposed budget provides the necessary financial resources to handle and improve the agency's day-to-day operations and to achieve its strategic priorities to better serve the plan members and meet the set risk-adjusted returns. We continue to partner via MOU with various district agencies to support our operations and are making strides to strengthen various internal functions by planning to onboard specialized staff and assess the organization's needs from not only the staffing, but structure and operational needs perspectives, and ensuring that the budget provides departments with the necessary funding to ensure that there are sufficient resources for continued sustainable success. DCRB's budget is classified under enterprise and other funds. The budget amounts come from the trust fund, and any unspent amounts remain in the fund. At its November 25 meeting, the Board of Trustees approved the agency's proposed fiscal 27 operating budget of $42.2 million. This budget is comprised of $18.5 million in personal services and $23.7 million in non-personal services. The budget represents a $2.4 million increase, 5.98% increase from fiscal year 26. Personal services increased 1.82% by $330,000. The increase is attributed to an increase of 8 additional FTEs, COLAs, and fringe benefits. Non-personal services increased by 9.47%, $2.05 million. The primary drivers of the $2.505 million increase include contractual services at 2.6. The increase is offset slightly by the decrease in consultant and custodial fees of $225,000, professional services of $362,000, and IT software maintenance of $225,000. Executive office, decreased by 42.83%, equivalent to $1.27 million. The decrease in personnel services offset by the addition of 1 new FTE and various salary adjustments. The decrease in non-personal services of $264,000 is mainly due to supplies, $7,000, printing, $150,000, which was shifted to benefits department training, membership dues, conference fees, and purchases. Equipment machinery of $95,000. The decrease in NPS is offset by increases in local travel by $6,000 and office support by $2.25,000. Investments has a proposed decrease of 1.08%, $44,000. The increase in personnel services of $63,000 is due to compensation increases and fringe benefits, which are offset by decrease in bonus pay. The increase of $175,000 in non-personal services primarily due to online services, which equivalent of $149,000, postage, $250, conference fees, $1,000, contractual services of $25,000. The increase in NPS, non-personal services, is offset by a decrease of $280,000 $483,000, mainly in professional fees, postage, training, membership dues, and custodial fees. There was a decrease in the trustees' budget of 2.45%. This mainly is attributable to professional fees increase of $20,000, and it is offset by decreases in supplies, transit, parking, office support, postage, conference fees, and contractual services. Legal and compliance was a decrease of 6.7% in legal and compliance of $353,000. Decrease is due to salary adjustments, bonus pay of $375,000. The increase in non-personal services is in the amount of $21.8 is primarily due to supplies, transit parking, office support, and conference fees. Benefits administration, an increase of $623,000. There is a $474,000 increase in personal services that is attributed to 3 principal new FTEs, as well as increased compensation and benefits, and to execute new functions related to expanded member benefits review, processing, and membership records management. The new positions will support the department's diverse operational demands arising from the plans, increasing memberships, associated benefit services, as well as the benefits administration pension system. There is a total decrease in non-personal services of $21,000, which is due to decreases in travel, professional services, membership dues, and training. The decreases are offset by increases in printing, postage, and transit parking. Operations increased of 4.15%, an increased total of $315,000. The decrease is in non-personnel services of $367,000 is mainly due to travel, out of city, maintenance and repairs, professional fees, insurance and bonds, audit costs, training, advertising, and contractual services. The decrease in MPS is offset by increases in rent, transit and parking, supplies, and membership dues. IT, there was an increase in 25.8%, $3 million. DCRB continues to review and approve its overall IT infrastructure and carefully plan for its future technological needs. The fiscal year 27 budget includes funding for ongoing maintenance of IT systems, administrative systems, updates, software maintenance, and technical support of newly implemented benefits pension administration system, as well as new financial management system. There is a $590,000 increase in personnel services due to 3 new FTEs. The decreases in non-personnel services of $415,000 include telephone services, travel, training, conference, maintenance and repair equipment, professional service fees, and IT software maintenance, which is offset by increases in supplies, contractual services, postage, and equipment. DCRB continues to partner with the DC's OCTO via several MOUs for network and server support services, software applications, and data services. These agreements are routinely revised based on agency needs annually. We have a cost-sharing arrangement with the U.S. Treasury in which U.S. Treasury reimburses DCRB for third-party benefits administration provided on behalf of the frozen plan, specifically the reimbursement for its costs associated with servicing frozen plan members, agreeing to special benefit project requests, and the positions responsible for completing these tasks. We expect to receive approximately $4.7 million from U.S. Treasury for these services in fiscal year 27. Conversely, DCRB makes a payment to U.S. Treasury each year for payroll services, postage and distribution expenses, as well as maintenance system upgrades expenses related to STAR, the U.S. Treasury's pension payroll system. For fiscal year 27, $4 million has been budgeted. Closing, I'd like to thank the committee of the whole and DCRB in helping DCRB carry out and accomplish its goals. Any questions, Chair Mendelson?
Yes, I have a few.
Wonderful.
According to your latest actuarial evaluation, next year's combined annually determined employer contribution will be $217 million, up by $14 million from last year's contribution. You testified at the performance oversight hearing with your actuary weighing in that these swings are the result of various experience changes, like changes to contracts, et cetera. Is that a fair characterization?
That is fair. Yes.
Each year you send the mayor and the council the annual report with the valuation that drives the annually determined employer contribution. Numbers that are the numbers in the police fire retirement budget chapter and the teacher's retirement budget chapter. As you know, we budget not only the upcoming fiscal year, but through the 4-year financial plan. Do you provide the mayor's budget office with those out-year costs, or are the costs they use in the budget model driven by either the mayor or the OCFO?
They're driven by our needs and our contributions. Go ahead.
We do provide to the DCRB, the retirement board, a 5-year projection of cash contributions.
And then you share that with the mayor and the OCFO?
Yes, we share it.
And have you looked at what's in the financial plan to see if they match what your projections are?
We have not looked at whether they match, but usually they attempt to match it in the prior years.
Can you give me the projections for the annually determined employer contribution for the next 4 years? That would be 27, 28, 29, 30.
Certainly. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Have that from our actuary here.
Tom Pacini, actuary for Bolton, we have a projection here. Bring it up to you now.
No, just go ahead and say them.
Oh.
Well, tell us what it is and then you can give it to us.
So the projection for, fiscal 2027 was $221 million in rounded figures, as was mentioned. For fiscal 2028, it's projected to be $222.6 million.
That's percent.
For fiscal 2029, it's projected to be $192.1 million. For fiscal 2030, it's projected to be $177.6 million. And for fiscal 2031, it's projected to be $183.9 million.
I expect it to go up. I know that there are a whole lot of factors, but why does it go down from 222 million to 192 to 177?
So the reason it goes down is, as JP mentioned, we have outperformed the investment returns overall over the last 5 or 6 years. However, the way the actuarial calculations are done is we take into account each year's returns, and to the extent they over or underperform that particular year, we then phase in the impact of that over or underperformance over that period of time. So we'll be ending the final phase in of the 2021 year, which was a negative year, a bad return year. But we are still phasing in the excess returns that have occurred in each of the subsequent years. So the phasing in of those excess returns is what's driving down that projected expected actuarial contribution.
Okay. And then when you're done testifying, if you could give us that page.
Yes, happy to.
Thank you. Moving to the biggest policy issue that the committee has been struggling with for almost 4 years now, the Deferred Retirement Option Program. In short, this would be a new program layered on top of the existing retirement program for our public safety workers, police and fire, that offers an incentive for existing workers to continue working after they reach their maximum retirement eligibility by allowing them to bank their annuity payments for up to the 3 years they may continue to work. When they do then separate fully from service, they would receive the lump sum of the annuity payments they would otherwise have been getting. So let's see, we've had some exchange of correspondence. I want to thank you for responding to the committee's latest draft committee report that we shared with you earlier this year. while I don't want to concede many of the points you used to rebut our framework, I do want to focus in on the budget issue you raised. That it is your assessment that DCRB plan assets and therefore the budget before us cannot be used to support or administer this new, we'll call it overlaid drop benefit program. On the benefit administration question, is that a fair characterization of the board's legal position?
That is.
Setting aside the source of funding for a moment, if a drop program were fully designed and compliant with applicable legal and tax requirements, does DCRB have the institutional capability to administer such a program?
It depends. As we have given you 3 different iteration proposals from you responses, it's always best and most thoughtful to give us a thoughtful proposal for us to review and assess. As of the last iteration, we gave you a thorough review and assessment, but your query is very vague because for us, we need more details on a 4th proposal from you that would make sense. And we haven't had the opportunity to review any latest proposal other than the one that we provided a response on earlier in this past fiscal year. I'm more than happy to revisit and restate our response from that latest version, if you'd like, but I can't answer thoroughly or thoughtfully your query, which is very generic, unless I have a proposal that involves being subject to regulatory requirements, fiduciary requirements of the board trustees and management to its members, and financial and budget requirements. But in essence, anything outside our current operating requirements, which would involve any new administration of any new types of benefits that are outside the current benefits we manage, would entail reimbursements from some district agency or agencies that are requesting such.
Well, that has to do with the source of funding, whether it's internally funded or funded from outside. I think that's what I just heard you say, that it would require outside funding.
From the district, but that's first. Secondly, we've also told you that we have a limited administrative requirement to comply with our fiduciary duty to administer the current plans. So again, to talk generically would not be helpful at this venue. I think the best thing to do is to have, if you have a different proposal than the last one we've thoroughly reviewed and provided you, as you thanked us for providing you information and analysis on that didn't work, we'd be more than happy to look at a 4th iteration that you might have.
Well, my question was whether you have the institutional capability, not about sources of funds,
Institutional capability to do what, sir?
to administer a drop program compliant with applicable legal and tax requirements.
Right now, we haven't received any version of that. We also discussed with you why the district is unique as opposed to other states or counties. I think that it would be a lot more thoughtful to give something of a proposal that you think that we could potentially work with. Until now, we have not received that, but we'd be more than happy, as we always have, to thoughtfully review and respond to the needs. We always want to help our members, including members that we want to try and retain, but we cannot put the whole plan and all the fund under any form of jeopardy by only handling a few. We must look at what that means, what it triggers from our plan point of view, how it might disturb compliance with our fiduciary requirements and regulatory requirements. So again, I can't speak generically or respond to you generically, but I can offer you that we're always available to respond to any thoughtful review and proposal and assess it to see if it works for the betterment of our members.
Well, I feel like that's not really addressing my question.
Well, your question, I understand. Your question is whether we're capable of administering. Well, we're capable of administering what we're allowed to and permitted to administer. Until now, the drop proposals that have been provided to us are not something that we could do.
Well,
I
there's-
also don't think this is the venue to thoughtfully discuss it.
Let's see. I guess maybe there's some vagueness in asking if there's the capability. So let me try again. I'm not asking if you are legally capable. I'm not asking if you're financially capable. I'm asking whether the retirement board, the staff, would have the ability to administer a program if legally it's permitted, financially it's funded. The program is designed to meet tax requirements. So everything about it is perfect. It's just whether you could do it.
The only way I could thoughtfully respond to you is it depends on what you propose, what kind of program proposed. To date, the programs proposed have not been something we could do. And you have all the reasoning and the paperwork and our responses.
So I think one of the I think the strongest argument that, maybe I shouldn't put it that way, the primary argument you've raised is that you can't use plan assets.
Absolutely not. We cannot do that.
That means yes. One of your your priority concern is that you can't use plan assets.
It's one of them.
Well, what are the others?
Well, I mean, we can go through this, but I don't think this is the appropriate venue, because if you'd like, we could use, in answering that question, we could use the last iteration you provided us and explain publicly why it didn't work.
Sure, go for it.
I just don't think it's a good use of time. I think the best use of time is that we would be happy, so long, in answering your question, so long as there's third-party funding for it, and legally it complies with our fiduciary and regulatory requirements, and that we are provided the funds to bring in the personnel to do that work and reimburse for it from the district timely, that it's possible that we could do it. But right now, I don't have a design or framework from you to discuss, so it's difficult to do that without.
Well, I think that's a bit of an unfair characterization, but so if it were to be funded outside of the retirement system, outside of the current retirement system, you mentioned a fiduciary. I'm not quite getting that. So your members and I guess your staff have a fiduciary duty to ensure the integrity of the funds for the 3 retirement plans.
Correct.
Okay, does that mean that nobody can do anything else?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking, does that mean nobody can do anything else?
It means that we can't do anything else that we aren't approved to do. And it means that we can't do anything else unless it's something that complies with our requirements.
I'm not getting that. So
Well,
the reason
again, you're
I'm not
asking me
getting-
the vague questions,
So
so
if we
I'm trying to
overlay a
respond.
plan, if we give you a new plan, I'm not getting how that affects your fiduciary responsibility to your current plans. You can do other things.
Well,
You go home at the end of
Right,
work,
you've
that
given
doesn't
me-
affect your fiduciary responsibility.
Okay, well, so far you've provided me plans or designs or even requested us to design, which we can't do in the past, that we can't comply with because you're asking us to reinvest our own assets and to actually use our own monies to administer them. That's why we couldn't comply with that. To date, we haven't received any proposal based on what you and I just discussed that handles those issues to allow us to
Well,
comply.
there's only one issue you just mentioned, and that was requiring plan resources or plan assets. That's the only issue you've mentioned, that and fiduciary responsibility. So each of my questions to you has been, if we funded this outside of your plan assets, And every answer you've given me is you can't answer it because you don't know what the impact is. I'm not getting that.
Oh, it's very simple. Again, we can comply, we can provide a service to administer any additional plan that doesn't take from our current assets or administrative ability and capacity, and that is provided for by the district any additional funds to administer any such plan, so long as it complies and doesn't have any problem in creating or non-compliance with our current plan. That's it. If you provide a proposal and a design of another drop plan, which you've attempted to do over the last 3 times over the last 2 years, which didn't work, and we gave you thorough, thoughtful responses on, I'd be glad to look at a 4th iteration. Absolutely. We would love to help the members and our police force, of which is represented on our board of trustees by a retired member and an active member and the union. We would love to help them.
So with all due respect, to translate what you said, if we, the government, fully fund a drop program, not the DCRB, pay a penny, then you could administer that.
If you fully fund a drop plan that provides us with a design from a third party, including DC or a consultant to the district, because we're not permitted to design any plans. If you are, the program sponsors are the district government, as we stated in our testimony. But if you provide the funds and you provide a plan that complies with what we require to comply with tax laws, with our regulatory obligations as fiduciaries, potentially we could do one. But to date, we have not been provided that. That's what I'm trying to say. You keep asking me if we can, but I'm more than happy to look at a 4th version.
So that sort of sounds like an answer yes to my first question. Setting aside the source of funding, if a drop plan were fully designed and compliant with applicable legal and tax requirements, does DCRB have the institutional capability to administer such a program?
Potentially.
And if the district were to provide dedicated local fund outside of plan assets to support the administrative cost of such a program, would that address the board's concern regarding the use of plan assets? Regarding the use of plan assets, sounds to me like the answer to that is yes.
I'll answer that. Potentially.
So under that structure, where the program is properly designed and supported with separate local funding, there would not be a legal barrier to DCRB administering the program, correct?
Potentially.
Isn't that conceptually similar in concept to how DCRB currently administers the frozen plans on behalf of Treasury, where the board performs administrative functions while funding and obligations are handled by Treasury?
Again, I have control over what those plans entail. Therefore, I can answer clearly what my current plans have. But to date, I haven't received a plan that meets those requirements from your staff.
So then the issue is how it's designed and funded.
And who
Correct.
designs and funds it, right? Which is the district, the plan
Correct.
sponsor.
So, Mr. Balestri, you have a pretty good sense of who the current annuitants are, the ones who are actually receiving pension payments.
I don't know them personally, but I know of the group of who we provide annuity payments to, yes.
And so I would assume you have some sense of, if we do a drop program, how many folks we're talking about, what kind of folks? We're talking about firefighters, police officers, people that you're going into your retirement program. From an operational standpoint, what would administering a drop program require in terms of staffing and resources? Are we talking about a small number of staff, like 2 or 3? And what are we talking about in terms of a supporting system, like
The only way
a
I
$20
could,
million computer system or something
the
that,
only way I can thoughtfully respond to you is that until I see a plan with whom and how it impacts operations, I can't thoughtfully respond to you because
Well,
I
I'm
haven't
not getting
received
that.
any plan.
I'm not getting that. And the reason I'm not getting that is that you know how many firefighters on average retire every year, or you know if there's a bubble coming. You just know that.
Have you spoken to police and still asked them or firefighters if they're still interested in the drop program?
Wasn't my question.
Do you know the number that's
You-
impacting?
So, Mr. Vincente, I'm assuming that you look at not only the current population, but the future population.
In doing our annual actual evaluation.
Correct.
We are dealing with the snapshot in time of the population.
Yeah. So you have a sense of, I mean, you could be wrong, but actually you guys are pretty accurate. You have a sense of how many firefighters are going to retire next year or in each of the next 5 years. I realize you will adjust those projections as we go through time, but you have a sense of that.
Yes, we have assumptions built into our valuation which project out the number at different ages and service levels of police, fire, and teachers who will retire in the next year, ensuing year, and so forth.
Yeah. So if I ask you, I don't, and I'm not going to ask you to give me the number, but if I ask you, what do you project the number of firefighters retiring next year is and 2 years from now? You could give me at least, if not a number, a rough order of magnitude.
Yes, we can give you a projection of that based on our assumptions.
Okay.
We can give you projection based on assumptions, but you also have to think about if all of them that are projected want to opt in. We don't know that. We can give you a generic projection, as Mr. Vicente explained, but we don't know if all of them want to opt in. We only know if they want to opt in until we see the actual design program and if it makes sense for them and for DCRB.
With all due respect, I think you're being a little nitpicky. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm guessing there may be 2,000 firefighters. And I'm guessing that all 2,000 firefighters are not even close to retirement age. So it's some number. It might be 100, maybe it's 300. So let's just say it's 300.
Okay.
Does it take, do you, to administer retirement benefits? Do you need 20 people for 100 people? No, for 200 people? Do you need 20 people to administer their retirement benefits?
No, I never said I did.
Well, my question to you is what would require in terms of staffing, a small number or what? And you won't answer that question.
I could only give you perhaps a handful, 5 to 6 people to administer that.
All right, that's a better answer than I got a minute ago.
I still don't think it's a thoughtful response because I don't have any thoughtful proposal.
Well, it's hugely helpful because 5 or 6 tells me we're not looking at 20, we're looking at 5 or 6.
But don't quote me because I haven't seen your plan design yet.
You're very clear that you're giving me a rough estimate.
Okay.
And what about supporting systems, like, I guess, software?
Again, I don't know if it can, depending on the plan, I don't know if it can be on the same system or a different system, how it's required to be at arm's length, the potential plan, because it can't intermingle with the plan assets now. We'd have to see what the design of the plan is. But potentially, depending on the design of the plan, it more than likely would entail a separate at arm's length system or categorization within the same system. Not sure yet. Again, I can't thoughtfully respond to that. I would love to be able to respond to
Well,
you.
you know, when I go to the bank to open up an account, they don't create a new system. They just create a new account within the existing
And
system.
that's what I said. Either it might include, it might involve a separate system because you might create a plan that involves a third party handling the actual segregated group for those annuities. However, we might work with that segregated system in administering those payments. But that segregated system might be a third-party proposal. You might see that is much better than handling it in our plan. I don't know what that is. I'm trying to say that it could be that, or it could be that we, as your bank hypothetical, would open up separate accounts for that might make sense. But that, again, is depending on the viability of the plan and design, and I can't thoughtfully answer with that kind of detail.
Would it require entirely new positions, or could people have their time accounted for separately? So, you know, I mean, a lot of like grants,
I would have specific people doing that, more than likely. My pension administrator's here, and I think he would say it's more viable to have people separately doing that and focused on that.
Yeah, we have a couple issues at hand here too. Right now, we use the STAR payroll system that disperses our accounts, and now we have to set up separate accounts. We would have probably separate people to monitor those accounts, and we have a finance function, an auditing function, and then an IT system that would have to be coordinated. We could not use the US Treasury to set up those accounts, as I understand. And
Correct.
so that is where we're at. And I do have, by the way, age service distributions. Page 31 of the actuarial report shows by age level, how many MPD folks there are. For instance, age 50 to 54, about 318 of the 3,000. So you want to see distributions of how many we're talking about. You can get an idea of the level, but there will still be some FTEs associated with that because we are normally doing normal benefits administration work, plus we're implementing the new pension system too at the same time.
So these separate people.
So separate people.
so I think these are more technical questions. And so for Mr. Vincente, I don't want you just sitting at the table quietly. Under a program design where retirement eligible members defer receipt of their annuity for up to 36 months, and those amounts remain in their respective police and fire funds during participation, those funds would retain those assets for a longer period than it otherwise would.
So you're saying an individual who could retire in 2026, but instead does not retire
Defers
Deferred.
retirement.
retire until 2029. So yes, the funds would remain in the pension fund for those 3 years.
Well, I'm asking in the context, I'm thinking about a drop program. So the firefighter could retire. The firefighter decides to use the drop program, defers retirement for 3 years, so doesn't get the payment. So those funds remain in the program.
Correct.
Excuse me, remain those retirement payments remain in the fund. I think I just answered my question. Those funds would retain, those funds, meaning the police retirement fund, would retain those assets for a longer period than otherwise would have been expected.
If they sit in the pension fund, yes, they're going to be in the pension fund for longer than they otherwise would have been if the individual was going to retire at that earlier date and decides not to.
And those retained assets, when continued to be invested as part of the overall fund, because the fund is invested, would earn whatever the fund's actual rate of return is during that period.
I think that depends on the design of the drop program. So there are some drop programs where that is exactly how it works. The money stays within the fund and the money's paid out. There's other drop programs where the money is then, rather than remaining in the fund, it's actually shunted across to a separate side account, invested separately in a different way. And so not part of the overall body of the pension fund. There's a lot of different varieties of these drop programs out there
Sure.
that are done in many different ways.
So my question was Plan A in your answer, and that is they would just remain in the fund.
They remain in the fund, then yeah, their money's in there, it's in the fund.
Yeah. There is one limitation to that, since the drop program is basically you retire and then you take your annuity and move it to a fund. Right now, our STAR program doesn't operate in no set of accounts. You either get an annuity or you don't. So that's where I was talking about plan design, and Tom was talking about plan design. What are our options here to use that, whether we can't commingle it, with our pension funds right now, but we are, based on our current system, only obligated to pay an annuity out, and that's what the U.S. Treasury. We have no recourse on that.
So if the participants are not credited with any investment return on those deferred amounts, and those deferred amounts remain in the fund, that would mean the fund retaining the full benefit of those investment earnings during the participation period. I think that's a sort of a yes.
Right, if the money stays in there, then the return, it gets the positive or negative return on the invested assets.
So to the extent that experience is positive, that is, the investment returns are positive, it could be expected that if we design it this way, that the deferred retirements remain in the fund is collecting interest, that could modestly, I emphasize modestly, offset future employer contribution requirements, even if that's only one factor among many in the calculation of the annual contribution.
So strictly from an actuarial standpoint, the answer is it depends. It depends on whether the individual in this case, you're looking at two parallel universes. You can't do both. The individual could in fact say, I could work those 3 years and get a higher pension. That's one scenario. They could say, I'm going to stop working and take my pension. Or they could say, you know what? I only want to work 2 more years. So I'm going to put in my drop paperwork a year earlier than I otherwise would have retired. In which case, then you may be incurring additional costs because the money is being calculated at an earlier date. The person's effectively retiring a year earlier than those would have. So those are the kind of things that we look at from an actuarial standpoint to say, how is behavior changing? Are individuals, at the time they're entering drop, is that the same timing that they were retiring in the past? Or are they entering drop earlier than when they were retiring in the past? Are they sticking around later? A lot of that goes into how the eligibility for the drop program is set up. If it's set up to be, you can't go into drop until the full retirement age where everybody's expected to retire anyway, then what you just said is true. If they're actually going out earlier or entering drop earlier than they were otherwise expected to retire, that could actually increase costs. Mm-hmm. Another factor would be what happens with cost of living adjustments while the person's in the drop program. Do they get credit for cost of living adjustments that are made for retiree benefits during that period they're in drop, or is their benefit not subject to those cost of living adjustments that go in with the inflationary adjustments that the pension has? So there's a lot of different moving pieces there. When we do these kind of studies, we do look at a lot of the levers. And one of the levers you mentioned, which is an important lever, is the drop account afforded any kind of investment return credit? Usually the less the lower the investment return credit given, then the more likely it is that the plan will not have extra costs because of the drop program. But really, we've seen programs where the labor side has pushed very hard for drops, and then ultimately very few people take it. And so it has a non-impact at all. And other situations where it's been very popular and everybody takes it. So it really is quite a gamut of what we've seen from experience in terms of how these things have worked out.
Well, I'm guessing the ones that are really popular are the ones that offer a rate of return on the deferred payments.
Generally, yes. Generally, the more lucrative it is. So if you're giving, for example, some sort of investment return guaranteed in the drop, if you're giving credit for post-retirement cost of living adjustments to the amounts accruing in the drop account and into the ultimate pension, if you're allowing them to take the drop earlier than their full retirement age, so it's some sort of early retirement age, then yes, those tend to be more popular. But a lot of it goes to the culture as well of the entity. Some have a culture where folks stay around, others do not. So it really does vary quite a bit. People don't always, with the drop, act in their own best financial interest. What we would calculate in dollars and cents, their financial interest, because of course we don't know what their own personal situation is. And a lot of times the members will be making decisions based on their own personal situation, which could encourage them or incent them to take retirement earlier or later. And that's something we can't really tell until we start getting into it and seeing what's happening in an entity. If you have a drop program, we would make some initial assumptions about the timing of when folks would take the drop benefits, but we'd have to true those up in subsequent years as we see what the behavior actually is doing. And how is it affecting the timing of retirements, how is it affecting the drop payments, what's happening and so forth in those types of situations.
I also think that goes to the intent, Chair Mendelson, is to have these officers or fire retire at their regular retirement age and stay an extra 3 years, 2 to 3 years, because of the shortage. So you don't want to put in a drop program where you're motivating these officers or fire to retire a year early and then only work a couple more years. It's kind of defeating the purpose. So again, as Tom Vicente explained, it really depends also on each individual's intent and the culture in each of these departments. And that is part of a thorough, thoughtful discussion process with the district sponsors, the agencies, on what they're trying to accomplish. Before you get to a design, before you get to a design proposal, something that meets compliance requirements and tax requirements. Again, we'd love to help.
Thank you. Mr. Vincente, how much does Bolton work with agencies that have drop plans?
A significant number of our clients, especially public safety, have drop programs.
Give me a second. Mr. Balestrieri, you were here with the testimony from Mr. Rabin with regard to not getting information about.
Yes.
So I'm reading his statement. We are finding it impossible to get what should be public and accurate information. Do the pension plans of the District of Columbia work with Black people, women, and Latinos or not? They sent a FOIA request, as I understand it. And he said the FOIA denial says that whether DC works with women and people of color to manage assets is a, quote, proprietary trade secret, unquote.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's about being a proprietary trade secret. I don't know where that's from, but it's more important to explain that, first, DCRB proudly continues to operate as one of the most diverse pension funds in the U.S. with a
Diverse pension funds, what does that mean? Because that could
which
mean.
means a workforce that is comprised of 62% female and 82% minority employees.
Is that DCRB or your?
DCRB.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rabin's group went through a FOIA request for private information on our investment managers' DII investments. We contended in the process that we could not provide more than what was publicly available in the ACFR, which comes from and online pursuant to confidentiality terms and conditions with investment managers, which is provided to us by Makita, our consultant, as well as what we can obtain from all investment managers, which is always published transparently in the ACFR. Now, we cannot go ahead and grab more than what is provided to us, but everything that is provided to us on diversity, equity, and on the diversity of minorities in both ownership of these funds, as well as operating executives in these funds and officers of these funds, is provided to and obtained through Makita, our consultant, as well as our investments team. And everything we can obtain, subject to confidentiality requirements with these agreements we have with investment managers,
Right,
and what's available from Makita,
Not to
we
cut you
provide
off.
on the ACFR.
Not to cut you off, but I'm not understanding what you're saying. Everything you are provided, you
Mhm.
provide.
Mhm.
Okay, not quite sure what that tells me. And that you can't provide anything that you're not provided. Well, as a general statement, I suppose that's true, but I don't know why you couldn't ask for something. So let me go over this more particularly. As I understand, he wants to know whether your asset managers, and I assume an asset manager might be a company, so it might be, 10 employees if it's a small asset manager. I'm assuming, though, that you know the gender and race of at least the principal of your asset managers.
We do, and we provide that information. What I
You do
explained to you,
provide that
we
information.
provide every information that we ask for, that's available, that legally we are
Again,
able
I don't
to
know what that
obtain.
means, legally able to obtain. So do you
So
ask-
if an investment manager has a confidentiality agreement with our consultant or with their LPs, which includes perhaps DCRB, who's an investor, limited partner in this investment fund, they usually provide in the ordinary course everything they do provide and will provide the institutional investors, including DCRB and the consultant Makita or other consultants that work with these investment managers, everything they can. In the ordinary course, we put that all out there. We report on that as we're required to report everything we can possibly obtain.
I still don't know what that means. So so you don't work directly with your asset managers?
We work directly with private equity investment managers. And then we have our investment consultant that helps us with public investment managers and our public equity requirements. So most of our investment managers is not direct.
So let's talk about your private asset managers. Is that what you called them? Private asset managers?
Sure.
And you work directly with them?
We work directly with them.
Okay, and you can't tell me what the gender or race is of people, principals in those firms?
Yes, we do. We have that information and we
And so
provide that information publicly in our ACFR.
And have you provided it to Mr. Rabin in response to his request?
Absolutely. He's gone through the FOIA request. We've explained, as well as the mayor's office and the appeals.
Well,
all the
he says it was a
information that,
FOIA denial, so FOIA denial tells me you didn't provide it.
no, we provided everything that's available to us, known to us and available to us.
Did you ask your private asset managers or race?
We
and gender?
absolutely do. We ask them everything they can
Okay,
give
so
us.
if
we
you
provide
asked them, then
it.
did you provide that?
Did. We put it in our ACFR
So then why does he say FOIA denial?
because he was trying to get more information that wasn't available,
Like
that we
what?
don't have. I don't recall right now.
Well, that would be helpful to know.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, then there were the public asset managers. So, and it sounded like what you said was that that's not a direct relationship.
Public managers always work with our consultant in providing all information available that's, since they're public, they are publicly required to disclose any such information that's required from them legally, and
And
whatever
does that
the,
include race and gender?
potentially depending on which one's provided. I can't speak for every public investment manager.
Well, you just said it's required, so I assume that was like a federal requirement or something.
There's no federal requirement for that I'm concerned of. As you probably remember, there were a few cases a few years ago with UNC and Harvard on information and what's allowed to be done in terms of DEI. And we primarily focus on our fiduciary duty to focus on prioritizing, maximizing returns and minimizing and mitigating risk for our members. And in doing so, we can provide all information that's available to us, including information on the diversity and minority information and data provided to us by both private and public investment managers, and whatever is available in public sources. We do whatever we're able to obtain, we put on in information in our ACFR, and we transparently provide.
So I have no sense of whether this is a passive act on your part or active. You report such information you are given. Do you ask for this information?
We do. We ask for all information, and whatever they're able to provide us, they provide us. And whatever
they're able to. So they're not able to report their sex?
sure they are. And we
Okay.
provide all that information. Again,
Well,
I explained to you, we
Mr.
provide that
Rabin saying-
information in our ACFR.
So then why is Mr. Rabin saying that you're denying his request?
I'm not denying his request. I'm
Well, this is a
providing,
statement, his response from the district government in a FOIA denial says that whether DC works with women and people of color to manage assets is a quote proprietary trade secret unquote. I'm assuming he's quoting from the FOIA denial letter.
well, I think he's also embellishing.
Well, it's a quote.
Mhm.
So you think he's not being truthful here?
No, I didn't say he's not being truthful. All I'm saying is what we provide is everything possible that,
Proprietary trade secret, that was the response he got. And that kind of bothers me because I'm not getting why somebody's gender or race is a proprietary secret. I do get that if a public, I'm not quite sure what that means, but a public asset manager with whom you don't work directly doesn't disclose information, maybe you're not able to contact
yeah,
them
I will
directly
explain to
get
you
that
one more time. Whatever information we ask for and we're able to obtain from both public and private investment managers and any investment assets publicly traded that we work with and our consultant works with, that's allowable pursuant to whatever the law requires and or pursuant to agreements that we have and confidentiality provisions we have with any of such investments, we provide and we ask for. And we can ask as much as they can provide and will provide, we obtain, and we proactively to do that. And we proactively display everything we have available to us and access to on the ACFR pursuant to our ability to obtain as much information as possible.
So let me go back to Mr. Vincente again for a second. I appreciate that we have, and my word for this, which I think is correct, is smoothing with regard to what the annual repayment is from the district.
The smoothing of the assets, the phase-in of the investment returns that for the
So the-
contributions.
But when I look at these numbers, so actually, this is not the total. I'm just looking at police and fire. Proposed for next year is 144 million. The last year was 137 million. That's a difference of 6 million. Year before that was 143 million. That's a difference of what, 6 million? That's not too concerning. FY24, the actual was 79 million, 80 million That's a huge jump from 80 million to 143 million between
Yes.
FY24 and FY25.
Yes.
I like that it's going down, so compare FY28 at 222 million and FY30 at 177 million, roughly a difference of 50 million or 45 million. But those are actually big swings.
They are.
Is there a way to smooth that out more?
So the spike ups have been driven by the timing of collective bargaining agreements and the existence of retroactive pay increases. So when we do our valuation every year, we're taking the actual pay information, pensionable pay information from the prior year. We're using that for our forward-looking projections, using different assumptions about how salaries are going to go. So what the cycle has been, and it's been a little bit of a challenge. The cycle has been, here's a couple of years in a row where things look pretty normal. Then we have a couple of years in a row where, as I understand it, collective bargaining agreements have expired, and so pay increases have not been gone out, or certain pay increases have not gone out. And so we'll see, actuarially speaking, what we call gains or favorable experience, because pay increases haven't been as high. And then after a couple of years of that, we see a reversal of that, because there is a collective bargaining agreement that's signed, or an arbitration agreement that's settled, and there's retroactive pay increases, which then essentially fills in the increase that didn't occur the prior 2 years and comes in. So going back to the year you said where there was the big increase, that was a year where all three unions, all three groups had a significant retroactive pay increase. That's what led to the spike. That's also what led to the increase this year. There was a retroactive increase this year, but only for two of the groups, and not as large as had been in previous years. We're currently right now in the process of doing what we call an experience study. We review what's happened over the last 5 years, what the timing of different changes have been. And we're trying to work with DCRB to figure out how we can smooth out these, what appear to be regular but not predictable increases due to the arbitration awards and the retroactive pay increases that have been part of them. It's difficult because we don't, of course, know when the different awards or different contracts will be signed. We don't know the level of any retroactivity that will occur, if it'll occur at all. But we are working to see if we can do something about that, so we don't have this cycle of an increase in contributions followed by 2 or 3 years of decreases as contracts settle down, and then they're in that period where they're being negotiated, but they've expired. And then we have another spike due to retroactive pay increases. So we're working with them now to try to figure out how can we smooth that out, to knowing that we can, of course, never predict that accurately, or not accurately. We can never predict it exactly how that's going to work, but to put something in place so that we can avoid some of this cycle of ups and downs due to that aspect of the actuarial experience. But that's been the piece that's been very hard to predict.
So these big swings that occur every now and then from one year to the next is not due to the stock market. But we've figured out how to smooth that, but it's due to these collective bargaining agreements.
There's two pieces of it, right? The liability side is being driven by the pay increases. The asset side is being driven by the stock market. So when we do our contribution, we're always looking at what's the gap between the liabilities and the assets. And the liabilities and assets are fairly close together, as the plan is 104% funded, as I think was mentioned earlier. So they're pretty close together. So you have two very big numbers with a very small gap between them. And so relatively, it doesn't have to be an enormous change in any one of the two sides to change that gap by a disproportional amount. So example, if we said we had $100 in liability and $104 in assets this year, that's 104%. And then one went down, the liabilities went up by $2, which would be just a 2% increase, and the assets went down by $2. All of a sudden, our 104% just went to 100%. So that is taking a $4 surplus became a $0 surplus, which can have an outsized effect on the contribution. So that's part of what's going on with the volatility of the contribution. Our contribution is made up in part by the cost of benefits being earned in a year. And that contribution being earned is what's being driven by those salary increases. So if there's a big increase in salaries, then this is a salary-driven plan, higher salaries, higher benefits being accrued. If the investments do well or poorly, that's taking care of the asset side. So these are the two biggest drivers that we have right now with the plan in terms of the volatility of the numbers. So I try not to go, stop me. I don't want to get too actuarial on you.
I'm still listening.
Okay. But those are the big drivers of what we're seeing there. So it's really two different things. The asset smoothing, we have a tried and true process there. When we see this dip, the numbers I told you, they kind of went up and they went down, and then they're coming back up again out in 2031 and 2032. That's because at that point, we'll have fully phased in the strong investment returns from the last 2 or 3 years. And we're not building into these projections spikes in the salary increases because we don't know when we would predict that to occur. So we're just using our regular salary increases, which are an average. They're based on an average of high and low years of salary increases. So they're pretty level in these projections. But what we do have is we are phasing in the investment returns, and that's what's causing the contribution to go down. And then as you get out again to 2031, it starts to go back up again because at that point you fully phased in the stronger investment returns, and we're projecting 6.25% returns from the valuation net forward. So no investment returns that are higher or lower than our actuarial assumption. So that's what's developing that pattern looking forward.
And the piece that I'm going to take away from this is that you are looking at what more could be done to try to smooth this.
Correct. We've been looking at different ways to try to smooth out, especially the effect of these awards that have seemed to given these retroactive pay increases, which have caused some of the spikes in the contribution. So we're working actively to figure out, is there a way that we can develop a policy or an approach that's reasonable? Because we can, of course, do things, but some might look at them and say, this is a nice approach, but it's not a reasonable approach. So we got to balance that, and we'll work with DCRB carefully to figure that out. And we're in the process of doing that now, probably end of summer into midsummer. We'll be putting the finishing touches on that to go to the board and talk to them about what we've found and what we're advising.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you. Let me turn now to, so you all are excused. Let me
Thank
turn
you.
now to the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and we have a lot of non-government witnesses, so I'm going to start calling them up. Scott Goldstein, who I believe is here virtually. Thank you. And Sam Bonar, who is Policy Director with the DC Community Wealth Builders. Is that you? Come to the table, please. Ricardo Scheller. The next 5 are with Community Wealth Builders.
A number of folks couldn't make it today, but Danielle is here.
Who's that?
A few of the folks you're about to call aren't here, but
Mr. Thottigan.
Danielle Tharkin. So I'll just call the names: Ricardo Scheller, Hayden Simpson, Austin Cipriano, Brianna McGowan. Any of those folks here?
2 are online, I believe. Austin and Aiden, I think.
Yeah. Jen Jenkins. Are you? Excellent. Erica Wadlington. And Betty Gentle, who's Senior Director, Advocacy and Public Policy at So Others Might Eat. We have clocks everywhere, so please be mindful. We put people on a 3-minute clock. And don't say you weren't aware. Mr. Goldstein, you're first.
Good afternoon. February 2nd, 2023, Martin Ostermule tweets, per DC CFO Glenn Lee, who's speaking to the DC Council about the city's finances and budget, the 2022 fiscal year was pretty good, $834 million in unexpected additional revenue. September 30th, 2024, Alex Coma tweets, CFO Glenn Lee is revising revenue estimates up for fiscal year 24 by 72 million, projecting another 160 million over the next 4 years. September 30th, 2025, Martin Ostermule tweets, some relief for DC. A new revenue estimate from the city CFO shows that revenue for fiscal year ending tonight is 208 million higher than expected. Revenue for the 2026 fiscal year will be up 289 million. Plenty of folks expected the estimate to be negative. This trend isn't harmless. The CFO is either extremely conservative in his revenue estimates or extremely bad at forecasting. I think as the leader of an organization, if my estimates were consistently that off in a way that caused my organization to not be able to enhance our activities in substantial ways that advance our mission, I would have been fired a long time ago. The mayor, unbelievably, admitted this in her budget presentation this year, saying that on average, the CFO underestimates revenue by 300 million a year. This is money that belongs to the people that the council could have used to fund critical programs, like the Healthcare Alliance, TANF, or Child Tax Credit. It is not an exaggeration to say that people have been deeply hurt and people have died because the CFO makes a unilateral decision not to allow hundreds of millions of dollars each year to be budgeted. It is deeply disturbing to me that the chief financial officer has decided to act as an elected official, inserting his personal ideology and acting outside of the bounds of his power to hold money back that rightfully belongs to the people of DC. Finally, in a year where everyone is talking about tough choices, we are asking nothing tough from those who are doing fine despite a tougher economy. The chairman has stated multiple times there are no revenue raisers that would raise anywhere close to what's needed for the pay equity fund and other big ticket items. This is simply incorrect. There are multiple taxes that would do so, including a business activity tax, which would raise $506 million annually and not deter a single business from operating in DC because they would have to pay it wherever they are located if they do business here, which large lobbying firms and law firms have to do, and simply close the loopholes that surrounding jurisdictions don't have. We could create a dedicated revenue stream for WMATA with a land value tax. A wealth proceeds tax would raise $61 million annually. Simply eliminating the stepped up basis loophole would raise $43 million annually. Council can say that we already have a progressive tax code, but we also still have loopholes. Our reality is our reality. If the choice we face is the elimination of medical leave, reducing TANF, cutting off behavioral health for children, or asking the very wealthiest to pay a little more and eliminating their loopholes, is it really your position you'd prefer to protect their loopholes rather than fund these critical programs because you don't want to be seen as raising taxes? We must do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Sam Bonner?
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, committee staff. My name's Sam Bonner. I'm testifying today on my birthday on behalf of DC Community Wealth Builders, a grassroots coalition building community ownership, locally rooted wealth, and an economic strategy for the city of financial infrastructure instead of endless incentives. Instead of our usual economic development motto of attract and retain, which is increasingly fragile and often fiscally irresponsible, we are asking you to consider another one, and we're open to workshopping it, maybe organize, execute, and build. This means local jobs and sustainable growth that lowers the cost of social programs through economic infrastructure and systems that pay for themselves. We're here with one ask: fund a dedicated FTE, an employee at the CFO's office, to finish the work that DC's already started on a public bank and a land bank. Not a new program, not a new study, one staffer to take the studies we've already paid for and fill in the gaps so the next administration can act. Right now, the city manages billions in public funds at commercial banks. The interest earned on those deposits goes to bank shareholders. Meanwhile, DC borrows money through bond issuance and pays interest to outside investors. That money leaves the jurisdiction permanently. A public bank could reverse both those flows. The interest DC pays could come back into the general fund instead of going to Wall Street. This is not a new spending program. It's a structural fix to how DC's money works. And there's lots of good data from the Bank of North Dakota, but I don't know I'm short on time. So DC already studied this. The DSB commissioned a public bank feasibility study in 2020. DGS also released a land bank proposal, which again, I'm not going to get into, but another great idea. Both studies confirm the legal authority exists, the capital base exists, and the unmet needs are documented. But neither study finished the job, and there's been no movement on the regulatory changes that would be needed to move this forward. The public bank study never modeled what DC would save on debt service by having its own bank purchase municipal bonds. Community members explicitly asked for the analysis, but it was not done. The study was conducted by a fintech advisor that sells software to private banks, so that might explain why. Debt service saving number is calculable. It needs someone at the CFO's office to calculate. That's one of the main things we want the FTE to do, but it shouldn't take that long. DC doesn't need to build stuff from scratch. We already have DC Housing Finance Agency and the Green Bank. The public bank could start as an extension of those institutions. A phased approach, starting with a revolving loan fund, connecting to existing capacity, captures most of the benefit without as much as the major upfront capitalization. It would expand our capacity for our existing institutions as well as CDFIs, which is how the land bank works. With how the Bank of North Dakota works. When paired with a land bank and a public bank, the combination is a complete pipeline where we put our city's wealth to work and actually, like wealthy people do, to make sure that it actually can finance the things that we need. So I'm asking as a birthday gift to tap into your curiosity, ask some questions and learn more. And I hope you will invest now in the long-term fiscal responsibility of our city. One employee to move things forward, and I'm happy to hear your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bonar. Ricardo Scheller was not here. Aiden Simpson is online.
Yes. Hi. I'm here testifying today for the first time because I believe in this program. I live in DC in Shaw near Black Valley, and I'm testifying on behalf of, or as a volunteer with DC Community Wealth Builders. So I work in a small business and know the struggles of keeping the business open while supporting the community. And this is my first budget hearing, but I feel very strongly about the issue because I believe our current system of economic development isn't working. Therefore, I'm asking you to keep DC's wealth local and stop businesses from closing by establishing local financial infrastructure like a DC public bank. I'm making this ask because it will start to solve issues in our community that are not being solved by our present system of giving incentives to wealth developers to build in DC. So a couple of the issues I'll be targeting are housing prices going up. My rent personally takes up about 6% of my income. And it's just for me to be able to live close to my workplace. Also, small business fragility is faced with rising rent each year. The business I work for is facing supply chain issues and rising costs, where one small accident or repair can be really devastating. And that's not just the one I work in, but so many small businesses around DC. So I believe that a land bank or a public bank would address these by putting control back in the hands of the actual community. Instead of allowing developers to extract value with high prices, we can develop low-cost options that save people money, putting wealth back into the community as a result. So a couple of things that a land bank or a public bank could fund would be permanently affordable housing. This would provide a safe haven for displacement and put downward pressure on rents. Programs and grants that don't just help one or two lucky business owners, but entire local supply chains and infrastructure that might help the whole regional economy, as well as more than just one or two lucky business owners. And public grocery stores and mutual aid groups that try to provide material goods, and prices are always rising while needs are going up. So what if we had grocery stores that allocated food to community members who couldn't afford it? All of this is better than the current system where we give developers incentives and then they charge higher prices so they can skim off the top. If we use these people's banks to finance community institutions, especially cooperatively owned businesses and housing, wealth can stay in the community and be controlled by the community. And we can get away from this exploitative profit incentive that developers often have. So once again, I'm asking you to put DC's wealth to work through a public and or a land bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Austin Cipriano.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Austin Cipriano. I'm a resident of Ward 1, coming up on my first year of hopefully many in the district. Along with others from DC Community Wealth Builders, I'm asking the council to add a dedicated FTE, the CFO's office, to advance DC's public bank work, continuing the studies that DC already commissioned, not starting a completely new program. DC manages billions of dollars in reserves that currently earn returns for Wall Street, not its own Main Street. Every time DC issues bonds, it has to pay private underwriters and institutional investors, and that money leaves our city and its constituents. Public bank starts to change that. Interest returns to the general fund. bond financing gets cheaper, and our district's existing wealth starts working for DC and our revenue instead of for bank shareholders. And the stakes go beyond just our balance sheet. DC has repeatedly struggled to finance the things the market isn't building on its own and that are important for me and many others. Permanently affordable housing, grocery stores east of the Anacostia, and other community infrastructure in underserved neighborhoods. The problem isn't that DC lacks the wealth, it's that the financing infrastructure isn't designed to deploy it towards those ends. A public bank built on institutions we already have is how we can close that gap. We just need someone at the CFO's office whose actual job it is to move the studies forward and to run the debt service analysis the 2020 survey never completed, and to build a phase-in plan using existing capacity. I urge us to fund that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cipriano. Brianna McGowan, I believe, is not here. Daniel Tharkan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Daniel Tharagan. I was born and raised in Ward 1, and I'm a proud product of District of Columbia Public Schools. I have a master's degree in urban planning and extensive experience in affordable housing and community development. I'm a volunteer also with DC Community Wealth Builders, a grassroots coalition advocating for public money to be invested in local financial infrastructure for the public good instead of corporate incentives. I am asking for a dedicated full-time employee to be added to the CFO's office to fill gaps in the 2020 public bank feasibility study and work with existing city finance agencies to develop and implement plans for a public bank and a land bank. This is not a frivolous expense or a new unsustainable program. It is a necessary investment in sustainable, equitable, long-term economic development that pays for itself. Our current model of affordable housing and economic development is broken. We prioritize incentives to large corporations for the promise of social and economic benefits that often do not materialize. We pay millions of dollars in fees to the private financial institutions that manage our money. The projects that would make the biggest impact to everyday DC residents, such as deeply affordable housing or grocery stores in areas with low access to food, are not financed by big banks. Our affordable housing sector is in such a precarious state that it requires the gutting of tenants' rights to stay afloat. It's obvious that the status quo is not working for DC residents' fiscal situation. It doesn't have to be this way. Through the implementation of a public bank and a land bank, we could save millions that we currently pay to private institutions managing our money, and potentially even more in interest we pay to bondholders. We could finance public projects the city needs that are economically beneficial, but not profitable enough for private institutions to underwrite. We could invest in community land trusts that ensure deeply affordable housing is available in perpetuity, and that small businesses can survive a tumultuous economic landscape. All of these contribute to sustainable, equitable, long-term economic development better than any private investment ever could. I know the city is going through a budget crunch due to many factors outside our control. I must emphasize that this is a financially judicious move. The infrastructure and planning for this institution already exists within the DC Housing Finance Agency, the DC Green Bank, and by partnering with other CDFIs. We need at least one full-time employee in the CFO's office to get this over the finish line. If we wish to survive and thrive in the current economic moment, we will not do so by relying on corporations that are only trying to line their own pockets. We must use public money to invest in the public good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I'll send that. Thank you.
Great. Jen Jenkins?
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Jen Jenkins, and I'm a senior policy attorney with Legal Aid DC and a Ward 7 resident. Legal Aid serves residents across the district who are living at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. These are the residents who feel budget cuts first and most acutely, and who have the fewest resources to absorb even slight income reductions. Despite that reality, the proposed FY27 budget deepens existing inequities and makes it harder for our clients to meet their basic needs. We are particularly concerned that this budget cuts funding from agencies that provide food assistance, housing stability, and healthcare, while asking little of those with the greatest ability to contribute. This imbalance reflects longstanding structural inequities and policy choices that the council has the power to change. We urge the council to direct the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to pursue a more equitable approach, one that raises revenue fairly and evaluates spending thoughtfully. First, the district should adopt a local net investment income tax, a simple wealth tax on income derived from investments like capital gains, dividends, and interest. This tax would apply only to high-income households and could raise at least $121 million annually. It is straightforward to implement and modeled on an existing federal policy. Second, the district should move toward a land value tax. By taxing land rather than improvements, this approach encourages development and promotes more productive use of property. It has been successfully implemented in other jurisdictions and could generate substantial revenue while supporting growth. We support dedicating a significant portion of this revenue to WMATA to ensure stable transit funding. Third, the council should explore a business activity tax. This would close loopholes that allow some profitable businesses to avoid paying taxes in DC and instead ensure that businesses contribute based on where they operate. New Hampshire, here in DC, New Hampshire already uses a similar model successfully, and it would provide a more stable and equitable revenue base. Finally, we urge the council to commission a comprehensive independent review of the district's budget. To our knowledge, the last cross-agency review of this kind was over a decade ago. An updated assessment would identify real efficiencies without cutting essential services and would strengthen transparency and accountability. In closing, the council faces a clear choice. You can balance the budget by cutting services for those least able to afford it, or you can pursue fair, proven strategies that protect residents and promote shared responsibility. We urge you to choose the path that advances equity and ensures the district's economy works for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Erica Wadlington.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. So before discussing the CFO's budget, we wanted to acknowledge that DC is facing some real structural economic challenges that will have lasting implications for our financial position. So this is not a short-term dip. Though we do want to urge the council to continue to remove barriers to growth and unlock economic activity that sustains our tax base. DCBIA, we strongly support the district's continued commitment to downtown conversion strategies. In the BSA, there's language about office to residential conversions, and we support amending this program to take into account different types of bedrooms that will create further housing in our downtown corridors. We also support the change in the operational costs for the CBE requirements in these programs. However, we do recommend that the council allow recipients to satisfy the 35% CBE threshold, either through a combination of construction and operations, but as currently permitted, it's only allowed through construction. So we will ask for a little bit more flexibility. Next, DCBIA supports the creation of workforce housing tax abatements, the federal properties tax abatement, and the WMATA joint development property tax abatement. These targeted incentives are critical tools to address distinct development challenges and expand our housing across the district. Aside from those items in the BSA, we also wanted to commend this committee and the council's longstanding commitment to incentivizing productive use of our underutilized properties. We asked the council to stay the course, to not raise real property taxes in this fiscal year, including any extra burdens on our commercial properties. Incentivize, reuse to grow the city's tax base. That's the theme we wanted to echo here. Let's not penalize it. With that, we are also here today to specifically urge the council to fund a section of the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act that you passed. Before this council had acted on that language, buildings converting from commercial to residential use would have to retain their commercial tax classification, even while they were under active construction for their new purpose. That meant that these owners were taxed at the highest rate precisely when they were doing the right thing, investing in the district's future. So when this committee and under your leadership, Mr. Chairman, passed the Emergency Act, that was the right call. But that emergency will soon expire. So without funding the permanent provision, Section 302 of the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act, a building will once again be required to wait until their certificate of occupancy before they can qualify for that tax rate change. So This involves, as you know, many buildings have to apply for a building permit, but not just any building permit. A demolition permit, a foundation and grade permit, raised permits. But all those permit categories were not captured in the emergency language, but they are captured in the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act. So we would recognize that this committee continue to support that effort and move forward that language and fully fund it in this year's budget. I see that I'm almost out of time, but I would like to end by saying we thank you for the opportunity to testify, but I'm able to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Betty Gentle, who's online.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For over 54 years, SUM has partnered with the district to address poverty and homelessness through essential services, healthcare, and deeply affordable housing. Since 1986, we have developed or preserved more than 20 affordable housing communities serving thousands of seniors, single adults, and families. Today, SUM testifies in strong support of Bill 26-125, the 2607 Connecticut Avenue Northwest and 4111 Kansas Avenue Northwest Timeline Extension and Tax Forgiveness Act of 2026, and we respectfully urge the council to both pass and fully fund this legislation. We are grateful to Councilmembers Truman, Robert White, and Louis George for introducing the two original bills, and to the council, especially Councilmember Crawford, for prior actions to strengthen the underlying statute for the nonprofit workforce housing property tax exemption. Building on that progress, we ask the council to allocate the $506,627 already identified for the Connecticut Avenue property and fund the remaining $762,373 for the Kansas Avenue property to reimburse taxes already paid. This request is not about new expansion. It is about stabilizing housing that is already built, occupied, and serving district residents. This legislation realigns outcomes with the law's original intent, ensuring nonprofit housing providers are not overburdened by costs it was meant to prevent. These SUM properties are more than housing. They are long-term community access that expand access to high-opportunity neighborhoods and preserve affordability amid rapid change and displacement pressure. 2607 Connecticut Avenue Northwest in Ward 3 brings 23 affordable homes with case management to Woodley Park, a high-opportunity area with strong transit, high-performing schools, and green space, where low-income residents have historically been excluded. 4111 Kansas Avenue Northwest in Ward 4 provides 40 deeply affordable units with on-site services in a rapidly growing rising cost neighborhood, helping ensure long-term and lower-income residents are not pushed out as the community evolves. Together, these developments ensure that residents with the lowest incomes can access safe, stable homes and opportunity, strengthening diversity and advancing equity across wards. We recognize this is an extraordinarily challenging budget year. Needs across housing, human services, and healthcare are significant, and we share the council's concern about reduced resources, including no new housing vouchers. This is especially true for the residents SUM serves most, single adults accessing our emergency healthcare and behavioral health services. With no proposed PSH vouchers for individuals for a second consecutive year or any new rapid rehousing vouchers for individuals, many individuals will face greater barriers to exiting homelessness. As those pathways narrow, preserving deeply affordable housing becomes even more critical. Without this tax relief, these properties face ongoing financial strain from tax debt that is not sustainable to carry long-term and threatens the long-term stability of these properties. With it, SUM can continue providing stable, service-enriched housing and remain a stronger partner in addressing homelessness and housing security in the district. Thank you for your continued partnership and for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Mr. Bonar, tell me, I'm not familiar with Community Wealth Builders. What's the organization?
Yeah, I mean, it's a coalition of both small business owners, cooperatives, nonprofits, and regular individuals who are frustrated by our economic development strategy, prioritizing corporate incentives, and most of our small business stuff is just like, a carve out, a grant, a nice little thing for whoever gets it, but or underfunded main streets, but not a real structure or infrastructure like we fund the infrastructure of the kind of attract and retain model of economic development. We've been around for about 3 years, although for about 10 years before that, it was sort of in another form called the DC Cooperative Stakeholders Group.
Okay. And you and a couple other witnesses said, please fund a dedicated FTE in the CFO's office. I'm having a hard time visualizing that. What is that person doing?
Well, there's a variety of things. Obviously, there's some things that we said, the debt service and savings, the amount of money we could save by having the public bank buy our own debt, I think is something that everyone asked for and was not done in the previous study. So I think that that'd be really important to get those savings. There's also
It's not a full-time position for a full year.
Right, that's the first thing. The second thing would be, going through the different options for governance structures, as well as beginning to actually make the regulatory, or proposals at least, for the regulatory and legislative process forward, working with and coordinating with DCHFA, the Green Bank, sort of existing capacity, as well as the other agencies that might be involved. Now, ideally, we'd have someone involved at DGS and DEMPED as well. We're making those asks as well, but I think we think this is a transformative enough investment that we want to have a few people, or at least one person, working on moving it forward.
So does that mean you or others at Community Wealth Builders are testifying before other committees?
Yes.
Urging that other agencies have a staff person?
Correct.
That's an awful lot of people working on basically a proposal, because there would probably need to be legislation.
We are open to there being, if there needs to be enabling legislation, that's something that came up in our conversations with the Committee on Facilities. But mostly, and if you look at the DSB study, there were a lot of things that the city could start to do now to just expand their capacity, to create a banking consortium. There was a few different interesting ideas. But none of them they were all kind of studied in isolation. The Green Bank didn't exist. There wasn't any conversation about how it could interact with our existing capacity. And it didn't really model things based off of how North Dakota does it, which has been around for 100 years and has been very successful. And so I think that, I think that we need someone moving it forward. Maybe there needs to be legislation, but I think even before that, we just need someone to kind of pick up the pieces since some of the data is outdated, and actually begin the coordination to figure out what we could do now, and also then propose ideally legislation in future rounds.
Usually what the council does is we have an idea and we ask for a study. And it sounds like that's what we did back in 2020. And for some reason, I may be wrong, I'm associating former Councilmember Che with that. Does that sound right?
I'm not sure who was the council member who pushed it.
Okay. So there was a study, and what I'm hearing from this testimony today is that the study was incomplete. But then out of that would come legislation that would define the policy, which then gets implemented. And what I'm hearing is sort of in reverse order, that we're going to have people implement what hasn't been defined. And it sounds like a criticism, but I mean, I'm vaguely aware of the talk about a public bank, but I haven't heard about it in a few years. And so I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I'd love to talk with you more about it. I think we're not saying that it should be implemented before it's designed. We're saying it needs to be further designed. It needs to be designed, and I think we do a study again, and it's kind of just, I think how that goes. So we want to actually have someone looking at what we've already done and following through on those things to start to actually organize it and connect the dots, so it isn't just an isolated looking at one little thing.
The energy behind it comes from either a council member or a mayor. Who did this? What agency was responsible for the study before?
The public bank study was done in DSB.
Okay. Now, let me ask, this is sort of a minor thing, but some of the testimony, and this might have included yours, suggested that interest it's earned doesn't go to the district, but goes to Wall Street or whomever.
Yeah.
I don't think that's correct.
Well, if we're putting our 3.5 billion, don't quote me on that, we have a bunch of different accounts. We have, I think in 2020, it said we had a total of 12 billion. If we're just looking at cash reserves, it's about half of our total reserves. That's at least $1 billion, if not more. Yeah. If we're putting that in Wall Street banks.
So let's say we all have it in Citibank, we earn interest on it, and the interest goes to the general fund. Now, when we borrow, we do pay bond costs that
Correct.
goes to whomever,
Right.
but the interest that we earn comes to the district.
Well, but they are putting out well, yeah, so we're making some interest, but there's a spread on that the Wall Street banks are loaning out to whoever, making decisions on that and making interest money on
Sure.
that. They're giving us some of that interest back if I assume we're putting it in a high yield savings account, but even that is not as much as they're making on the loan.
Are you suggesting a public bank that would make loans
Yes.
to the public, not
Yes.
just to the government?
Correct. And they also, how it works in North Dakota is instead of competing with local banks or CDFIs, they actually have participation capital. So they support and expand the existing fiscal capacity of the CDFIs that do work in the community.
So I don't know that I have time right now, but I would be willing to talk with you more about this.
Love that.
To Ms. Gentle, the 2607 and 4111 Kansas Avenue legislation is up for final vote tomorrow. I expect it will be approved. The funding for 2607 was identified by the sponsor of that legislation last year. The sponsor of the 4111 Kansas Avenue didn't identify the funding, and coming up with close to $800,000 could be difficult, but that legislation is going through the council.
Yeah.
And in fact, the committee report, because it came out of this committee, noted that there was a negative TAFA, which means that the OCFO concluded that these projects could go forward without government subsidy through a tax abatement. And the committee of the whole in its report said, we question that, but more importantly, we think that public housing, not public housing, affordable housing is important.
Yes.
And that if it requires a subsidy, then we're all for it. So I just wanted to, there's no question there. I just wanted you to know the legislation is moving forward and half of it is funded. So as soon as it's approved, signed by the mayor, goes through congressional review, the funding for the Connecticut Avenue property is available.
And thank you too, especially for the kind words about some in our affordable housing efforts in the committee report, as well as keeping the process going after the bill was reassigned to your committee. So we certainly appreciate that and hopefully look forward to the bill passing tomorrow.
Yes, I don't think you need to lose sleep over it. I think it will happen. I'm probably not going to spend this much time with the subsequent witnesses, but Ms. Jenkins, and you weren't the only one to bring this up, talking about savings from spending. So I remember that study from 2012. It was very thorough. I mean, there were a lot of proposals in there. The idea of that kind of a study is very appealing. A lot of the proposals in there were just not feasible. And so I think we looked at it in 2012, and I think we've looked at it a couple of times since then. There just are not, there are not a lot of feasible ideas that come out of that kind of study. I'm looking at your testimony, a comprehensive cross-agency study. I do want to say we had hearings last fall. I think you're aware of that, looking at overspending. So there were some agencies that underspent. That's why we had a surplus. There were agencies that overspent, and I have in my mind that if you look at what their initial budget was a year earlier, that last year agencies overspent by about $300 million. So if we could just stay within budget, that would free up a significant amount of money. But the, and I think that's important. And that's something that I would like to see more of in the government is adherence to the budget. But the idea of a comprehensive cross-agency study sounds great. And I'm not saying that we should never do that again, but I don't think that's where we're going to find a lot of savings.
I would just say that I agree with you on that 2012 study based on what I read in it. But I think that if there were guidelines implemented to sort of guide the study into what would be beneficial for the council to consider, where it could potentially find savings and efficiencies, that's where I would encourage you to look. I don't think that comprehensive study was all that helpful in terms of the recommendations, but the way that it laid out ways to find efficiencies, I think what was really beneficial. It just wasn't in a way that I think even applies right now in 2026. We have whole new agencies that exist.
Have what agencies?
We have agencies that didn't exist
Yeah.
at the time. And then I think we just have advanced more in terms of how the district implements policies, and I don't think that that's really outside of what the DC Auditor's Office has done and the Inspector General. I don't think that the government has really taken a close look at how all of the agencies are operating. And I do think it's worth maybe even starting with one agency, trying a comprehensive study, a sort of pilot. And then if that goes well, then maybe expand it to other agencies where there could be potential savings.
So let me just add, and I probably shouldn't go there because this will provoke something, but just, one of the problems, one of the challenges with the kind of analysis you're talking about is also bias. So what comes to mind is regulatory reform. And some people would say the best regulatory reform is no regulations. Well, that's a little extreme. But then when you start looking at specific regulations, there are proponents saying, well, this is important either to protect, let's say, tenants or to protect consumers or to ensure safety. So there is bias is another factor when we're looking at, well, we're just going to, if we just look at programs and find efficiencies, to me, efficiency may be just getting rid of the program. In fact, that's actually part of what we're dealing with this budget is some people think that efficiency is getting rid of programs that I suspect there are a lot of people in this room say we need to keep. So it's a challenge. It's easier said than done. Oh, we'll just make the government more efficient. I do believe in making government efficient, something I often say, but it's in my experience, it's much easier said than done. And where there are real dollars to be found is in overspending.
I respectfully disagree, but I'd be happy to follow up with your office and maybe provide some examples. I do think guidelines would be necessary. Like I said, I think there is a way to work around what you're calling bias to make a more subjective, comprehensive study. We would have to, develop guidelines and really look at it from a more objective point of view. The council could do that. The council could lay out what it would want to see in a comprehensive study, and it could correct for any type of bias that may or may not occur. I really am just looking at dollars and cents and how those are being spent. And I don't think that the bias that you're talking about would necessarily come up in this type of study that I'm proposing, but I can see what you're saying that could be a factor.
I'll let you have the last word on that. Ms. Wadlington, in the Budget Support Act, there are there's several subtitles, or maybe it's just one that deals with fees, and you touch on it in your statement.
Yes, sir.
Where did those ideas come from? Because when I looked at the proposed fees, I was surprised by some of them. Was this something that just came out of DLCP, or did the private sector have some input into it?
I can get back to you on a little bit more detail on the background. In my testimony, I was just speaking to a little bit about like how we support the low cost of the flat certificate of occupancy fee and then the filing fee, the corporate filing fees. And we were just recommending a little bit more coordination between DOB, DLCP, and also OTR because sometimes the databases get building names incorrect or something like that. And so we're testifying also at the DOB hearing in a couple of days, so we can provide you with some more feedback.
Well, if I remember, maybe I'll ask you the same question then.
Okay.
And then again, I may not remember. We'll see. I don't have any other questions for you. Those of you in person, thank you very much. Thank you to all the witnesses. May not ask as many questions of subsequent panels. Erica Williams, who's listed as a public witness, but I think she's with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Tazra Mitchell, who is with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Brittany Pope. Are you Miss Pope? Funke Idowu? That's you? I'll have to stop there. Ms. Williams, you're first.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I am with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, where we shape racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist equitable future. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Mayor Bowser's budget proposal would usher in the greatest local safety net cuts in a generation and short-term revenue strategies that fail to put the district on stronger footing over the financial plan. DC faces a perfect storm of slowing revenue growth, a trend that really still reflects the pandemic's lingering harm, as well as local recession triggered by federal layoffs and a shredded federal safety net. This reality requires that the district find new sources of revenue that can help triage the FY 2027 budget, avoid the depth of cuts that the mayor has proposed, and stabilize revenue growth over the long term. Specifically, DCFPI recommends piggybacking immediately on a federal tax on proceeds from wealth. DC can raise revenue needed for a balanced approach to the local recession and recapture some of the windfall tax cuts under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act for DC by taxing more of the gains generated by wealth, such as capital gains, dividends, and other forms of passive income. Applying a local percentage on the federal net investment income tax, which is a federal tax on wealth proceeds, is a simple way for DC to raise hundreds of millions of dollars to help struggling families and residents withstand the local recession. Just 9% of DC taxpayers would pay the wealth proceeds tax, and it would largely fall on the very wealthy. About 82% of new revenue would come from households with incomes over 1 million, for example. And it would be easy to administer as it would be based on federal definitions and rules with built-in compliance and with less opportunity for taxpayer evasion. Our second recommendation is to require a feasibility analysis from the OCFO of a business activity tax for the district so that this tax proposal can be fully vetted and considered by the council later this year or next. A feasibility analysis would aid in honing ABAT's design, rules, and path for quick implementation and would help council move this proposal forward for debate. And this kind of analysis should include an understanding of the distribution of businesses by gross receipts and net income to better design hold harmless parameters from businesses already meaningfully contributing to DC's unincorporated and corporate franchise taxes and personal income tax. It should include precise estimates of the level of revenue that could be raised under different parameters, and the potential for directing some of that revenue to reduce or replace other business taxes. We've suggested that the BAT could in part be used to buy down the payroll tax, for example. The data collection, rulemaking, and processes that would be needed to quickly implement a BAT should also be part of any such analysis. We know that New Hampshire, where an analogous tax has been in place for decades, was able to implement their version of the BAT immediately after adopting it. So we hope that this can be moved forward by council. And just wanted to highlight that residents of DC that have been polled about this are in favor of both the wealth tax as we proposed and a business activity tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Tazra Mitchell.
Chairman, thank you for having me today. My name is Tazra Mitchell, and I'm the Chief Policy and Strategy Officer at DCFPI. Building on Erica's testimony, I will focus on Mayor Bowser's revenue plan and additional revenue ideas that council may consider, including some tough trade-offs. The mayor's budget would delay by 1 year, a 1 percentage point sales tax increase. While this will reduce revenue by $146 million, it will avert a tax increase that would hit DC's poorest families 7.25 times harder than the richest top 1%, according to ITEP analysis. Because families struggling to make ends meet typically spend every dollar they take in, they end up devoting a larger share of their income on purchases subject to the sales tax. Put simply, buying things like diapers and school supplies takes up a sizable share of their income while barely registering on the budgets of the well-off. On the other hand, her proposal failed to make permanent the increase to DC's EITC and restored CTC that the council approved last year. These credits are highly effective, proven tools that would have reduced child poverty by a whopping 20% and benefit nearly 62,000 children. Most of the tax credit benefits will go to households in the bottom 40 percentile, earning less than $61,000, although they would also benefit some middle-income households with children. Given DC residents are likely facing the greatest cut to the local and federal safety net in a generation, the council may be tempted and reluctantly consider allowing the sales tax to go into effect or a portion of it and use the savings to restore the tax credits, but not without some harm. On average, households in the bottom 40th, again, would fare the best, seeing a tax decrease. However, middle-income households, those earning between $61,000 and $118,000 or so, would see a small increase in taxes owed, although at a lower share than with just the sales tax alone, largely because the CTC would only partially offset the sales tax increase, and the EITC generally does not reach them. Many in this quintile are already among the households struggling to afford in the district. So again, there would be some harm. Another caveat is that the mayor delayed the sales tax increase for 1 year only, so that revenue could only be swapped on a non-recurring basis. These are tough choices that no one wants. Even crunching the analysis, which is, I think, somewhat extensive in my written report, is quite painful, but it is important to expose some of the trade-offs. The Just Recovery DC Coalition has a platform full of more progressive ideas that I think would be far better than not choosing to delay the sales tax increase. Mayor Bowser's budget proposal would also partially and temporarily decouple from select OBA tax provisions. DC Council should make permanent more of the decoupling provisions to safeguard precious local dollars. The mayor opened the door, you all should walk through it. To protect DC's autonomy around future federal tax changes in the long term, the council should adopt static conformity, meaning conforming to federal tax laws of a specific date, such as retroactive to January 1st. The council should also push back on the CFO's decision to disallow use of $180 million of the decoupling savings and modifying days of cash on hand to 60 days from 66 days. Lastly, the council should also maintain the mayor's proposal to eliminate a double tax benefit that some residents receive for taxes paid to another jurisdiction by a pass-through entity and apportioned to them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Ms. Pope.
Good afternoon, Chairman and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of restoring and protecting the DC child tax credit in FY27's budget. My name is Brittany Pope. I'm a fourth-generation Washingtonian and the Economic Security Supervisor at Bread for the City. Bread is one of the many organizations that works on economic and tax justice within the Fair Budget Coalition. In order to restore and protect the DC child tax credit, ECHO Fair Budget Coalition's calls to build a tax system that supports racial equity and DC economic resilience. Last fall, DC Council significantly increased economic security for approximately 78,000 children and their families through legislation that restored and enhanced the DC child tax credit. Upon release of the mayor's FY27 budget proposal, we were disheartened to see it repealed. At Bread for the City, we have seen firsthand the impact that direct cash transfers can have through the implementation of our in-house cash transfer program, CashRx. Direct cash transfers, like the DC child tax credit, have played a significant role in increasing economic security and mobility in DC families. Here's a quick snapshot of some of the ways that direct cash transfers have positively impacted the lives of our DC neighbors. Participants were more aspirational. The regular extra cash provided some stability and breathing room, allowing them to think more beyond the near future. They were able to take back some of their time and spend more time with their families. Every participant reported significantly improved mental health outcomes. We saw improved physical health results. 2 diabetic participants who reported actively trying to improve their A1C numbers saw drastic improvements, and today both are no longer diabetic. Participants reported improved food security across the board. They also felt better equipped to handle financial shocks and take care of past due responsibilities. Just imagine the positive ripple effect we'll see in families with children, especially Black and Brown families, if the DC Child Tax Credit is restored and preserved in the budget and over the financial plan. With a child tax credit of $1,000 per child, families will have a stable space to breathe, to dream, and to plan for their futures. Investing in the child tax credit aligns with one of the district's core values to give all children in every ward the opportunity to thrive. At this moment of federal threats and increasing economic instability, DC has the power to meaningfully invest in its families by making the child tax credit a permanent part of the city's tax code. This is a vision that is possible to achieve through just and racially equitable taxes on DC superfluous wealth, which is outlined in Bread for the City's written testimony, which I'll submit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Ms. Adowu?
Hello, Council Chairman, Mr. Mendelson and staff. My name is Olufunke, also known as Funke Ido, and I live in Ward 3. My ask for your attention: 1, guaranteed basic income for residents with disabilities. 2, funding for community-focused support programs and organizations, especially Bread for the City. 3, childcare tax credit. I'm a person living with incurable and degenerative medical conditions, and I would be dead without the support, medical, mental, and financial that Bread for the City, and especially its economic security support program, Cash RX, has extended to me over the years. My health has limited my ability to live with dignity and independence. I am what is called a living vegetable. I can't get disability insurance, but I can't work. With the high cost of living in the city, my mental state and anxiety is through the roof. Organizations like Bread for the City, especially its life-changing Cash RX program, fill the gap left by the DC government with real help and support and not lip service. They have enabled me to pay my rent, move from a horrible housing situation I was in, keeping my lights on, food in my belly, and my bills paid. They're doing your job and obligations to us residents in DC, and they need continued funding. Funding so people like me can keep hope alive. Fund them. The program is not forever. Fund them. That the child care tax credit will not be in this and all future budgets is a travesty that must be reversed immediately. As a single parent, extra money meant not having to choose diapers or milk for my daughter, or if I could take her to, as she got older, to the park or get her a Happy Meal. It means getting our children a nice warm coat during the cold seasons. It is for the children, and anyone that tries to take that relief away should be ashamed of themselves. I ask that you not only put back what was removed, but add to it, because every little helps. In closing, I ask that you guarantee income for me and others in my health conditions to keep us alive. Fund Bread for the City and its programs, and close the gap for those who are medically disabled, and ensure child tax credit is a permanent part of budgets in DC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adowu. I do not have questions for you. I have statements from 2 of you. Please submit if you would. Thank you all for your testimony. John Simmons, Deborah Ogaro, Is Deborah Agaro here? Okay. Daisy Gomez Palacios? And Vincent Orange? Mr. Simmons, you're first. Turn your microphone on.
Good afternoon there, Mr. Stickler, City Council, and everyone, men and women in the room. My name is John Simmons, and I hail from Ward 4. And I came today because I was fortunate enough to given this opportunity by Bradford the City, who's a city lifesaver. I want to speak today on two simple issues very quickly. One being the child tax credit that you heard so much about, and you know so much about. As a father of 4, and a grandfather of 7, I can't tell you the importance of that child tax credit. Whether it be $1,000 or 1,000 cents, the importance of it in my community is immeasurable. To have it taken away should be unprecedented. It should be unheard of because it's very necessary, very unnecessary to take it away. I was wanting to speak to you today and hopefully garner some true understanding and support. It appears decision makers are making very life-sustaining, critical decisions without the public true consideration, such as that child tax credit. Everyone will agree that children are important in every way, as we all strive to raise them healthy and safe and strong. Knowing that to be the case, it is our responsibility and duty and honor to assist hardworking, striving parents in any way that we can to help provide a better future and stability for our children, to make it easier for our parents, the parents of these children, to provide for them. But when it comes to businesses, it seems the pendulum seems to swing the other way without care for their constituents or people of the neighborhoods. And in these issues and situations, which they are quite aware of, but seem to have somehow find it hard to just do something for the people and about their issues. It is within your powers to make these decisions that assist the public, who are your constituents, in every way to become much more easier for them to manage their situation. I'm sure you can agree it is very, very difficult to continue on with the way the situations are without help from the government, the city's government, the people who serve us. We need your assistance. That's why I'm here. And given this opportunity to sit before you so that you may see a person in front of you that these organizations do help. I live because of these organizations, and so do my children and grandchildren that we need so seriously. It's the difference with some of us people. It's a small difference, but it's a true difference between just making it and barely making it. That's the choice some of us have without your actual consideration and further help going forward. I mean, I'm not a stickler or a great orator or anything like that. I don't know all the budgets of the city council or anything like that. Does that mean my time is up? Well, I'm sorry. To conclude, I'm glad that I had this opportunity to speak to you. I wish I had more time to speak on the good duties and great work of Bradford City or the Cash RX program. Because of these programs, I sit before you and I do live. Though I don't have time to read this entire statement that I have made, I just wanted to sit in front of you about the tax child credits and the Cash RX program. Because of these programs, I live, and so many other people that I know will live and can live further and do better because of it. We need your assistance. We need these programs because we need them to grow. At a time when they find it so difficult to move forward, we ask for this help because we really
Now,
need.
Mr. Simmons,
Yes,
your
sir.
time was up a minute ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hadn't even got started, but thank you
Yeah, I
very much
know.
for your time.
And there are 30 witnesses, most of whom are going to say nice things about Bread for the City. So what you didn't say, I'm sure some others will say.
Well, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Ogaro? I got it. All right, Ms. Ogaro is not here. I'm going to go down the list in order. Ms. Palacios?
Yes, thank you. Hi, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you. This is actually my first time testifying before you, so. But good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Daisy. I work on the economic security team at Bread for the City. I'm testifying on behalf of Bread for the City in partnership with the Fair Budget Coalition and our clients, recommending that the council protect and fully fund the DC Child Tax Credit. Protecting the child tax credit will provide efficient, flexible assistance that promotes the personal agency of families with children, which only direct cash assistance programs can provide. At Bread, we've seen firsthand the impact that $1,000 has. In my role, I've had the opportunity to be part of the implementation of CashRx, a direct cash transfer pilot program where participants are given cash each month with no strings attached and the autonomy to decide how the families can best use the unconditional cash. In the first few months of the program, participants reported dramatically reduced food and housing insecurity, the ability to pay late bills and rent, cover emergencies such as car repairs that are needed to get to work, see family, necessary medications even, and also saw improved mental well-being. One CashRx participant who can join us today and who I'll refer to as Charlotte to preserve anonymity lives in Ward 5 with her 2 children, of whom she's the sole caretaker. As part of the program, I have regular check-ins with her to talk about her progress in the pilot. Since our first meeting, these conversations have always centered on how she's leveraged the guaranteed income to provide for her children. She's described using CashRx to safely get her daughter to and from community college so that she can graduate from high school with her associate's degree, to keep her growing son warm through winter with coats that fit, and to bring Nigerian ingredients into the home for dinner, ingredients that have become more expensive, but that she splurges on anyways to treat her children's homesickness. Earlier this year, Charlotte called me to share that the investment Bread made in her family had paid off. Her daughter was admitted to George Washington University. CashRx allowed Charlotte not only to keep food on the table and a roof over her family's heads, which she shared with me that she isn't sure could have been done without the program, but it gave Charlotte the support her family needed so that the children could focus on their futures. Unconditional cash is an investment, and you can see that in the way that Charlotte was able to use it. With her proposed FY27 budget, the mayor and CFO Glenn Lee are taking the support that's already been promised to families like Charlotte's of 70,000 children in the city, and which would have significantly reduced child poverty. My friends and colleagues have already shared those stats with you. And then finally, I do want to state that as a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, Bread for the City supports the budget recs in their platform, including the business activity tax, land value tax, and recommendations on increasing taxes on wealth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vincent Orange.
Mr. Chairman, I am Vincent Orange, former Ward 5 council member, at-large council member, attorney, certified public accountant, and a candidate for mayor of the District of Columbia. Today, I come before you with a simple but urgent message. Measured outcomes require financial truth. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer is the backbone of that truth. The revenue certification he will provide determines what is real and what is rhetoric. We are facing a structural imbalance. We have rising costs in healthcare and childcare, a reported service maintenance gap exceeding $1 billion, and increasing pressure on reserves. At the same time, recent developments provide important context. The February revenue certification showed a modest upward revision, driven largely by stronger than expected individual income tax collections. And Moody's has revised the district's outlook from negative to stable, citing strong fiscal governance and prudent management. Those are positive signals, but they do not represent a fundamental shift in the district's underlying revenue base. They reflect timing, one-time flows, and disciplined financial management, not durable structural growth. Per the February 27th revenue certification, these gains reflect timing and non-recurring collections and should not be treated as a baseline revenue without recertification and council action. The recent revenue revision and Moody's outlook are encouraging, but they reflect discipline, not a reason to abandon it. Maintaining strong reserves is not optional. It is essential to protect the district's credit standing and long-term fiscal health. We must ensure our available and fund balance remains strong enough to maintain investor confidence and protect that standing. This is not just accounting, this is governance, but it's also economics. As a CPA and former council member, I know the difference between balancing a budget and solving a problem. That is why I am proposing a fiscally disciplined approach to jumpstart the district's economy while protecting its financial integrity. First, allow $600 million in federal tax benefits to flow through the district's economy to middle-class families, seniors, workers, and businesses. Second, preserve approximately $200 million in targeted relief for low-income households. Third, we drive approximately $1.5 billion in spending with DC certified business enterprises. Together, these actions will circulate significant economic activity within the district, supporting local businesses, restaurants, retail, theaters, and broad tax base while generating tax activity subject to CFO certification. But we must be clear, economic circulation is not the same as certified revenue. We balance the budget through discipline by cutting programs that do not meet expectations, achieving procurement efficiencies, scrubbing agency budgets for vacancies and unrealized FTEs, using any funds only upon CFO certification, and using only a limited portion of the contingency reserve as a temporary bridge with a defined repayment schedule. One-time resources must be paired with a plan to restore them. Recurring obligations must be supported by recurring revenue. That is the standard we must uphold. That is why I'm calling for the establishment of a revenue alignment commission to ensure that every dollar collected is used as intended and aligned with our long-term fiscal priorities. We must also protect the independence of the CFO, especially in the face of federal uncertainty. The district cannot move forward on hope. It must move forward on verified numbers, because budgets are not just numbers, they are priorities backed by truth. And measured outcomes begin with certified revenue, disciplined spending, and fiscal integrity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to present my testimony today.
Thank you. And Vernon Suggs.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chairman, Council. My name is Vernon Suggs. I am 67 years old, and I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C. Every ward I've lived in throughout my life. I am a product of many nonprofit programs like Bread for the City, programs that have wraparound services that benefit young people and older people the same. Programs that help and advocate and fight for things like child tax credit, which is so important. Child tax credit, the Cash RX program, which I'm a recipient of, which is so important. Because as you know, living in this city now is so expensive. And for anybody to live in this city, you got to have money. You got to have resources, and you got to have a means to get by, pay your bills, buy food. I'm here as an advocate for the child tax credit. Also to bring some awareness to that tax credit, helping that same child that will probably end up somewhere down the line over in the Navy Yard acting crazy with this mob mentality. That same tax credit would allow them some positivity some point in their early life to be able to maybe go to a program that will give them some insight on how to be better people so they won't end up in a situation like that. Programs that will help our young people understand how important they are to our future. All of those young people and people that go through programs like Bread for the City and other programs, they are our future, whether we want to accept it or not. And there's no amount of money that we can put into the future of our community. It's just really no figure you can put on it. But the child tax credit is a start, I believe. And I'm here because I vehemently believe that if we protect programs like this, we're at a starting point, a great starting point. Thank you for allowing me to testify this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs. I just have a couple questions for Mr. Orange. You said in your statement, per the February 27 revenue certification, these gains reflect timing and non-recurring collections and should not be treated as baseline revenue without recertification and council action. What did that mean?
Well, that means that that is a dollar amount that should be certified by the chief financial officer.
But it was certified in the revenue estimate.
It was certified for this particular time period, but not as recurring. We don't know if that is going to recur. And that's the point that I'm making, is that we need to make sure that we are dealing with certified revenue and not with things that we're hoping to achieve or that may be achieved, but based on examination by both the CFO and the council.
Okay. And then you also said you're calling for the establishment of a Revenue Alignment Commission to ensure that every dollar collected is used as intended and aligned with our long-term fiscal priorities. What does that look like and how would it ensure anything?
Well, for example, if you're budgeting for 4,500 officers, but you only have 3,100 officers, then what's happening to the other 1,400 FTEs? What happens to those dollars? When you look at the traffic cameras, that revenue is to basically fund Vision Zero. And yet we're generating more than enough, maybe 2 or 3 times more than what is necessary for Vision Zero. So what is happening to those dollars? Paid family leave, as you know, that rate was so high that the council had to reduce the rate in order to not just really generate all these dollars. And so a revenue alignment commission will basically line up the revenue. If as you know, we're a $22 billion government, 11.7 billion is from locally raised, from DC taxpayers. Well, let's line those dollars up and see if they're being used for their intended purposes. And then if it's not being used for its intended purposes, then what is it being used for? And so we can examine those dollars and making sure that, one, we're using for intended purposes, and two, what is really available. And also, are we using dollars that are intended for a certain purpose to fund another program? And so we're funding programs that does not have its own funding source. And I think the Revenue Alignment Commission will certainly be transparent, certainly be something that the council could examine, the mayor could examine, as well as the CFO. And then we can, start to get back to a point where, we're funding what we're supposed to fund, and we're not going after all these unintended programs that brings us to, where we are today with this, $1.1 billion gap. And in addition, in my view, I think we need to jumpstart our economy, and we can jumpstart it by, the $600 million from the decoupling legislation to allow that to flow to the middle class, to seniors, and to our businesses. As you know, our first responders are probably the ones that's receiving the overtime. So police, fire, people in the hospitality committee, they will be able to deduct those dollars, but they're going to spend those dollars back in the community. Those that receive overtime, tips, even the car interest payments, when they get those dollars back, they're going to spend it right back in the community. And then the $200 million for that would go to low-income families, which was part of your bill, put that in the community as well. So now you have $800 million that's going to circulate in the DC economy, along with the announced $1.5 billion for certified business enterprises. And clearly, it's not certified revenue. I mean, the CFO would have to certify, but our economy will now have all these dollars circulating, and a lot of those dollars will come back to us by way of taxation and wind up in our treasury.
All right, you answered my question. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for
Thank
you
you.
all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salim Adolfo. Michelle Chappelle, Co-Chair Congress Working Group. Abel Emeni, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing it right. And we've talked before. That's cheating. Catherine Lanfield. Eduarda Serafim, Solidarity Organizer with DC Jobs for Justice. Akua Dankwa, Mom Advocate with Mothers Outreach Network. Mary Rhodes, Senior Counsel, Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Washington. Donisha Prideaux, who I've called twice already. I don't think she's here. Robert Warren, Lead Organizer, People for Fairness Campaign. And Kenyatta Smith. And Lauren Green. Oh. Yes. I'm inclined. Can we pull up a fifth chair? All right. So you'll replace Abel when we get there. All right, let's see. Salim Adolfo, I believe, is not here. Michelle Chappelle, I believe, is not here. Mr. Amin?
Abel is fine.
Abel, Mr. Abel?
Yes.
That doesn't work, but okay.
It's actually more proper for an Ethiopian to call him Mr. Abel, so.
All right, go for it.
Thank you. My name is Abel Mene. I am a Ward 4 resident, and I also work at Fair Budget Coalition as a policy fellow. I've been told many times by people that work in this building how the budget season is really difficult this year. Every year, it's the same story of how difficult it is to find funding for programs that the district residents so justly deserve. But of course, this is not true. Money can easily be raised to meet the need if only the council prioritized the lives of the majority of its residents rather than the 1,500 households who possess 46% of all wealth in the district. Think about that, Chairman Mendelson. That means 0.2%, that's 1/5 of 1% of the population of DC has nearly half all of the wealth in the district. This is why if the council is facing the challenge of not being able to fund the many programs we're advocating for, Fair Budget Coalition calls on the council to rely on several revenue raisers we have identified. In particular, I will focus on our call for the council to enact a business activity tax, closing a loophole by which the wealthy avoid paying taxes in the district. The district's franchise tax applies to many small businesses, from child care centers to consulting firms to landlords, but it does not apply to some of the district's most profitable unincorporated businesses, law firms, lobbying agencies, and accounting firms, if they're organized as partnerships. Due to a federal limitation imposed on the district through the Home Rule Act, about 1/3 of mid-sized or large DC businesses with gross receipts over $5 million are exempt from the franchise tax. Imposing a business activity tax is still consistent with the Home Rule Act, but would ensure businesses which are located in district expressly because of its proximity to the capital. So the BAT, the business activity tax, would ensure that these businesses pay their fair share of taxes. Meanwhile, the exemption for the first $200,000 in revenue generated by businesses would ensure that we protect small businesses. The proposed budget makes cuts to every program that Fair Budget is advocating for. Our budget platform calls for increased funding for domestic violence prevention. The proposed budget cuts domestic violence prevention. Our budget demands no cuts to TANF. The proposed budget limits access to TANF. Our platform calls for expansion of the child care subsidy. The proposed budget that you have before you imposes a wait list on the program rather than meeting the spend rate that it currently has. The council seems poised to cut every program that is part of the safety net protecting district residents. If you say we don't need to raise taxes to fund all these programs, great. However, if you tell me there's no money, I again point out, raising revenue through the business activity tax would ensure the district has the money needed. And it would also protect smaller businesses and may even be used to lower the costs for some small businesses. I noticed the BSA raises the corporation fees for a lot of businesses, and that is a $2 million charge that could come from things like the business activity tax. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Catherine Lenfield.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Catherine Lamfield, and I'm the Senior Advocacy Strategist at Fair Budget Coalition, where we fight for a fair, racially equitable budget. A just tax system is critical for our work. This is also why we are a member of the Steering Committee for the Just Recovery DC campaign. Chairman, we are in a very urgent time. It is essential to reverse the mayor's dismantling of the safety net. Her cuts this year touch on just about every facet of community need, even as the economic landscape becomes more challenging for residents. You often ask us about ideas for funding to restore cuts. Here are some ideas that I hope you are already thinking about. Bringing revenues from decoupling back online in the budget. Repurposing the $90 million in new incentives and new overtime for MPD. Regaining and making use of the over $60 million from Events DC, and not keeping excess days worth of funding in our already full reserve funds. But these still cannot go as far as is needed to keep our safety net functioning for our communities. Council should improve taxes on capital gains and/or implement a straightforward wealth proceeds tax to raise at least $120 million. Council should also raise at least $109 million by increasing the marginal rates on the highest income earners. This revenue must be allocated directly to restoring critical programs and preventing the collapse of the safety net. It is drastically out of balance to have rising evictions and a hollowing out of the safety net programs at the same time that the extreme concentrated wealth in DC remains seriously undertaxed. We also urge you to plan for DC's longer-term fiscal strength through 2 structural fixes to our tax system: a business activities tax, about which you've heard a lot already, and a land value tax. A land value tax returns some of the private value that residents gain from living near high-quality public investments. Land values appreciate for those who are able to afford living near high-quality schools, libraries, transportation, and other public investments. And it makes sense to recycle some of those private gains back into supporting public goods and programs. Please legislate the commencement of feasibility studies for both the BAT and LVT in this budget. And with the federal government and mayor literally undermining our communities, we need the council to care for our own, to protect residents from harm, from displacement, even from literal attacks by armed federal squads, and from a racially inequitable but balanced budget. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions. And you missed my air quotes, balanced budget.
I did miss them. Thank you, Ms. Lanfield. Sorry about that. Eduarda Seraphim.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Eduarda Seraphim, and I'm here representing DC Jobs with Justice. We are a coalition of labor, faith, student, and community organizations dedicated to building an economy that works for everyone. As proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition and partners in the Just Recovery All In for DC campaign, we're here today to encourage the Council to adopt 5 recommendations for fair tax policies to raise revenues, increase equity, and improve DC. The mayor's budget is the most anti-worker budget we've seen from her. It cuts money for union raises, it cuts money from paid family leave, it cuts money from grant programs that reduce wage theft in the district. It continues to leave people off of their health care. It cuts funding to housing vouchers and other income supports that allow people to live dignified lives, even if their employer isn't paying them enough. And Chairman, we understand that with the current budget, you won't be able to fix everything. Without increasing our revenue, we're looking at yet another austerity budget. But we are asking you to do your job and make this a budget a fairer one. At DC Jobs with Justice, we believe that DC's prosperity comes from its workers, not from its wealthy. Workers keep transit moving, hospitals running, restaurants operating, schools educating, and neighborhoods thriving. DC becomes an even better city when we support these workers. Instead of punishing workers by cutting services, you should finally ask those who benefit most from our city to pay their fair share. DC's wealthiest residents pay a smaller portion of their income in taxes than middle-income residents. We don't believe this is fair. A millionaire should pay a larger share of their income than a bus operator or a custodian. While a few extra percentage points might be a rounding error for a high earner, that same amount represents the ability to pay rent or buy groceries for a working family. To this end, the All In for DC campaign proposes the following 5 recommendations for a fair budget. Enact a business activity tax, or BAT, to close loopholes. Increase income taxes on the highest DC earners. Improve the taxation of wealth. Create a dedicated revenue stream for WMATA via a land value tax. And protect and fully fund the DC Child Tax Credit. Chairman Mendelson, wealthy people are undertaxed in this city. The money exists, it's just not being shared. You are leaving money on the table. Money that we could use to fix this budget and build a better district. We know how much time you spend agonizing about how you're going to fund all of your priorities. We are offering you a way out, a way you could fund everything that the city needs. Other cities across the country are also doing the same thing and starting to raise taxes on wealth and income taxes on high earners, and DC needs to do the same in order to keep our residents safe and our workers respected. Stand with working people, ask the wealthy to contribute more. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Seraphim. Aqua Dankwa, I believe, is not here. Mary Rhodes? Microphone.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Mary Rhodes. I'm senior counsel with the Archdiocese of Washington. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to ask the council to reaffirm the applicability of the Archdiocese of Washington Real Property Deed Recordation and Transfer Tax Exemption Emergency Amendment Act of 2026 as it relates to recording supplemental deeds to retitle Catholic parish properties in the district so that property records accurately reflect the parishes as the property owners. The properties are currently held under the record ownership of the Archdiocese because historic legal restrictions prevented parishes from holding title in their own names. But the parishes have always beneficially owned their own properties. They purchase them, occupy them, maintain them, and pay expenses. Numerous public records already reflect the parishes as the owners. Modern laws now allow parishes to hold record title in their own names. So in 2023, we set out to retitle the approximately 90 parishes across all 8 wards in the district. When we submitted the first 4 deeds, the Office of Tax and Revenue rejected them and imposed significant property taxes on the parishes, even though the properties are tax-exempt church properties, and DC laws clearly allow for such retitling through the use of supplemental deeds. In 2026, the council unanimously passed the emergency legislation, confirming parishes may retitle their properties in their own names through supplemental deeds and confirming appropriate tax exemptions. When we again tried recording a deed this year, citing the very language of this emergency legislation, OTR instructed the recorder of deeds to reject it, along with any filing of supplemental deeds transferring record ownership from the Archdiocese to the parishes. OTR maintains that the legislative language, which states that the properties may be transferred through supplemental deeds, is inapplicable, and that all references to supplemental deeds in the legislation referencing supplemental deeds must therefore be removed. This interpretation is simply incorrect. Even before the emergency legislation, these deeds qualified under DC law as supplemental. They merely confirm the parish's existing ownership and modify existing records accordingly for no consideration. Moreover, and to clarify any confusion there may have been, the emergency legislation explicitly recognized that the deeds would be in the form of supplemental deeds. Subsection RR reads that the properties, quote, may be transferred through supplemental deeds for no additional consideration from the Archdiocese as the record owner to the respective parishes of the Archdiocese, end quote. The legislation's very intent was to ensure supplemental deeds could be recorded to confirm parish ownership and appropriate exemptions. In short, the language and intent of the emergency legislation, the pre-existing DC law, and historical facts all support recording these supplemental deeds. Because OTR has a different interpretation, we respectfully request the council reaffirm the clear legislative intent to ensure OTR's compliance, accuracy in the public records, and the district's continuing recognition of these tax-exempt parish properties. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you. And if we could get a copy of your statement? Thank you. Mr. Warren.
Good afternoon, Councilman Mendelson. My name is Robert Warren. I'm a 4th generation Washingtonian. I'm also one of the founding members of the Universal Right to Housing Initiative for People for Fairness Coalition. And our primary goal has always been to fully implement a tax-based voucher system here in the District of Columbia, primarily for those residents born and raised here who have been economically discriminated against when it comes to their ability to access housing that's affordable, sustainable, and accessible to them. Currently, my main focus right now is to make sure that we have a tax-based voucher system for individuals in the District of Columbia over the age of 55 years of age, born and raised in Washington, D.C. And I know that, there's a lot of issues around vouchers. I just brung 5 women. All of them women were over the age of 55 years of age who have been put out of Harbor Lights. It's a shelter for seasonal shelter. And these women are looking for a place to be. I also do outreach with Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid in the Noma area of Union Station. When I'm visiting there the last 3 weeks, I have encountered 3 individuals, an elderly man who's been out there for years, 2 elderly women laying out in front of the historic museum, in front of the Postal Museum, where I had to call 911 to have them serviced. These individuals who are district residents, born and raised here, should not be living out on the streets in Washington, D.C. when we have a $21 billion budget. It's just crazy.
I don't know what you guys are doing or what you think is right, but what's happening right now is not right. And it needs to be addressed. We have your office on racial equity, the mayor's office on racial equity. How do you put forth a bill, a budget that where there's no equity? How do you keep allowing individuals born and raised in Washington, D.C. not to have access to housing? How do you not rebuild your public housing infrastructure? When it's been reported that the DC Housing Authority has over $800 million in reserve. I like to know where they got that money from. I asked Councilmember Robert White about these fundings. There seems to be nothing coming back to the community, but we're still asking for more money. So, Mr. Mendelson, please, can we figure out how we can create a tax-based voucher system here in the District of Columbia for individuals over the age of 55? The mayor said she was in support of that, especially if they have a 578 or 577 social security number. I know we have a very transient city, and we have a lot of people that come in here, elderly people, people with mental health issues, and we get inundated. So we have a triage system. But folks who were born and raised here shouldn't be sleeping in shelters or sleeping out on the streets in Washington, D.C. And we've been doing this for years.
I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you, Mr. Warren. If you want to submit a statement in writing, please do so.
Mr. Wilson, I visit your office. I talked to you out front of the Wilson building.
I know.
I appreciate the time you gave me. You listened, you answered my questions, sir. And I've been to your office. I've talked to your chief of staff. I've given you information. All we're asking for is a
Yeah, I
6%.
didn't ask you. You're now a minute over your time. I didn't ask you for another minute. Thank you. Kenyatta Smith, I believe, is not here. Lauren Green. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Lauren Green. I'm a human rights activist against the psychiatric industry and a human rights activist for children in education. I began what was intended as a beneficial corporation, the Tomato Rose Hybrid Project, when I was a patron of the main library of DC in 2021. And my goal was to retrofit psychiatric hospitals into hydroponic food farms and communal gardens to solve the economic and health crisis psychiatry is causing around the world. I am a victim of an abusive, unconstitutional investment of the CIA in sending me to Superior Court and St. Elizabeth's Hospital, which was the wrong venue when I was arrested at the Hart Senate building on January 17th at 1:30 a.m. And the federal statute was not applied to send me to the correct venue of the federal district court. And it caused Neuralink profiling from a very aggressive judge, Robert Rigsby, who was part of the Army. And it also caused the longest historical government shutdown in the history of the United States, because although I was the stigma of being sent to this horribly catastrophic hospital was assigned, I believe that I actually have had an influence over good government throughout my life, and that maybe it could have caused the government to, this was sort of a disorganization, and a lot of terrible things happened. There was the Department of War formed, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the ICE raids and the shootings, and a lot of pandemonium ensued. And so I also formed an organization when I was detained called the Citizens Against Forensic Psychiatry to stop all forensic psychiatry, including that in DC, and to allow all defendants speedy trials. I advocate to cut the entire budget for the Department of Behavioral Health in Washington, D.C., and to spend on healthcare, education, and especially green workforce development more heartily. and renaming shelters in Washington DC cooperative development centers, because the name shelter is is extremely unintelligent, is causing people difficulty regaining employment, and it's causing them profiling for low integrity and low intelligence issues. And I also would appreciate personally some regenerative healthcare to solve the problems that were caused in the jail and in St. Elizabeth's Hospital. And I I also had an interest in developing farms where shelters previously existed and into a more cooperative developmental setting. I have so many seeds that I acquired at Rooting DC last year. And this year, I attended Rooting DC, and they weren't giving away seeds in abundance. And I really feel like I've been more of an economic contributor than I'm getting credit for. And it really caused a horrible problem in our government when I was detained like this, 255 days for a minor infraction. I'm not sure that I wasn't participating in hearings. There were ex parte hearings. I'm not sure people were telling accurate information about me to justify this. I had 5 different court-appointed attorneys, and the last attorney was doing everything ex parte. Her name was Catherine Massey. I was told that verbally that family members have died during the process, but I'm having difficulty reuniting with my family, and I'm asking for help of literacy, access to literacy about my son, who I've been separated from illegally, and my other family members. I've been separated from them, and I'm looking for literate information and reunification efforts with the United Nations to reunify with my son, and my other family members. I'm also, I honestly believe Tommy Wells would make the best mayor for Washington, D.C. When you think about the ontology of Tommy Wells becoming the mayor of Washington, D.C., I'm being restrained from Tommy Wells by the CIA, and since apparently the CIA is trying to sabotage that effort. But I think it would be great he is a child advocate. He worked for the Department of Energy. He's the mind behind all the better ideas in Washington, D.C. And of course, he would have to agree to that. But I would appreciate some legal support in handling this issue that I have with the CIA, where I've been, there's a case, U.S. versus Lauren Green, where in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, I'm inaccurately identified as wanting a competency test. And I think that also caused some of the confusion in the legal system, that I was participating with the Department of Behavioral Health when I wasn't actually doing that.
So, Ms. Green, I'm going to have to cut you off. It's been about 5 minutes. I'm not sure how we can be helpful. I wish we could, but I'm not, as I'm sitting here, I'm not sure how we can be helpful.
I think there might have been an intellectual property theft in the CIA with this organization that I created. The United Nations, the World Bank said that I would just personally, I would appreciate that DC stop spending money on psychiatry for me. I'd like to have somewhere in a medical record or somewhere that I'm refusing all psychiatric treatment in the United States, and not just it looks like I was invited to the World Bank spring meetings, and the DC Medicaid paid for a very abusive psychiatric treatment to hold me back. And I canceled all the insurance just to make sure they couldn't do that again.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
I do not have questions for any of you. Ms. Rhodes, I would like to follow up with you to talk about where we are with the legislation. So, and I do have a question about this that I will ask of the Chief Financial Officer. So, thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We will turn now to Glenn Lee, who's the Chief Financial Officer. And I will say this hearing is about the mayor's proposed budget for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. We've gotten a lot of testimony on other issues. We'll see how this part goes. Give me just a second. Are we ready? So my understanding is you've got a PowerPoint.
That is the case, yes, sir.
And I don't know anything about it, so we'll just proceed however you want to proceed.
Thank you very much. A brief statement, then we can go to the PowerPoint if that's
Yeah.
okay with staff.
Yes.
Yourself. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Glenn Lee, Chief Financial Officer of the Government of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to appear before you today to discuss the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, otherwise known as OCFO. I am joined by Paul Lundquist, Executive Director of OCFO's Office of Management and Administration, and Radhi Skipworth, our Interim Deputy CFO for the Office of Tax and Revenue, and several other of my colleagues here who will assist in answering questions from the committee. The OCFO's fiscal year 2027 budget request supports the mission and functions of our agency. Attached, or we will discuss a presentation through which I will discuss the budget in greater detail. Afterwards, my colleagues and I would be pleased to answer any questions the committee may have. Before we start, I want to acknowledge our colleague and friend, David Singh, the OCFO's General Counsel. Today is his last day with the district. Throughout his more than 20 years in the OCFO, Mr. Singh has served the district with exceptional distinction, providing key advice to me, my predecessors, and district stakeholders such as yourself and your staff. Thank you, David.
Before you go any further, let me just echo your comments about Mr. Singh. And I understand there was an event last week
Yes,
and
sir.
somehow I did not know about it. I don't know if I could have made it, but I didn't know about it. So I think I'm using these 30 seconds in place of that event. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Let's go ahead and start with the next slide, please. As you know, the mission of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer is to enhance the fiscal and financial stability, accountability, and integrity of the government of the District of Columbia. We do this in a couple of ways. First and foremost, hundreds of us work to ensure that financial transactions are executed properly and recorded accurately. In addition, we ensure the district does not spend more than the resources available over the long run. Next slide. So here's a look at our budget. Our gross funds budget is $222 million in the proposed 2027 budget, with a local budget of $182 million roughly. Our largest group, the Office of Tax and Revenue, uses almost 45%, or roughly $100 million of this total. Our accounting group, OFIS, and our treasury group use another 15% of the budget each, about $67 million. And our tech information groups represent about 11% of our budget. However, a fair amount of the budget of OTR, the Tax Administration Agency, as well as our accounting group, OFIS, have tech budgets or components to their budget that support technology as well. From my experience, this is becoming an ever-growing pressure point for public sector finance, where so much of our resources now are committed to very complicated tech operations that we have to manage in order to properly account for district resources. Next slide, please. This slide looks at the share of our budget that's personnel services versus non-personnel services. We are a relatively employee-intensive group with 70% of our budget committed to our employees. The majority of our operational expenses, the 31%, is for IT, either in terms of temporary contracts for assistance or ongoing licenses. Roughly 60 to 70% of that 31 million, or 31%, is for IT expenses. Next slide, please. This slide highlights, again, the total gross funds budget of our organization. As I said, our local funds request is 182 million, roughly 181.7. We receive about $550,000 for federal grant funds, and that's to support the EBT card operation that is the conduit for ensuring that people with SNAP and TANF benefits receive it through a credit card-like device. And then we will spend roughly $40 million from special purpose revenues. The most important of these are really the first three. Interagency service fees of $11.2 million. We share resources with DCHR that are paid by the rest of the agencies in the district for a variety of personnel services. Our responsibility, of course, is payroll execution, far and away, as well as benefit administration. DCHR, of course, has several other HR-related responsibilities. The next item is central collections. Our central collections unit brings in roughly $55 million a year to our all resources or all funds in the district. And then we take a share of those gross receipts to pay for our program. That's roughly $7 million. So our $7 million then is our share and facilitates the collection of delinquencies to the district of various kinds, and we'll talk more about that later. Finally, the next largest one is bank fees. We have roughly $5.5 million in bank fee expenses. These are supported by interest earnings that otherwise would go to the general fund, so it goes directly to a special purpose fund, and it is exactly what we have to pay for bank fees. Our primary providers are Wells Fargo and Citibank. Next slide. This is a look at the change in our local fund, the $182 million fund, or support to the OCFO. First is that we have 4.7 million less relative to 26 in merchant fees. This is a policy decision by the mayor's office to support credit card processing through a direct fee to users of credit cards of 2.5%. As a result, the 2.5% pays the fees to the transaction companies that run credit card processing, and therefore we don't pay out of pocket directly. And so the reduction in our local fund for this expense, for this process, is immediately realized as a savings to the general fund that's otherwise redirected in the proposed budget away from our operation. In addition, we had 2 tax abatements in fiscal year 26 worth roughly just over $1 million. Those have been taken out of our budget.
Because they've expired, or?
It was a one-time refund.
Or one-time refund.
It was added to our budget in FY26.
Okay. Mhm. Increases, the most are really three different categories. First is a small increase in our budget to handle labor agreement responsibilities as well as mandated step increases for existing employees. The second is operational impact of capital. And what that means is we have finished large parts of, in fact, virtually all of the implementation of our financial system. And so now there are ongoing expenses, primarily licensing fees that we have to pay to maintain those systems in order to operate them. So this is a $3.3 million increase to do that. And finally, we've been given $3.7 million in 17 FTE in order to implement a series of tax enforcement or tax compliance initiatives. And we can go through that in more detail. And in particular, Roddy Skipworth can describe in detail what those plans are. And I know that was a question that you asked us. Next slide, please. Our special purpose revenue has a net increase of 5.5 million. About 2.2 million is associated with those fees that support our district-wide personnel responsibility or human resources responsibility. That's far and away the largest. We have a collection of other adjustments that total $1.5 million in extra resources in 27 as compared to 26. And we have relatively more money to operate the OPEB responsibilities. Those are the highlights of the increase. So finally, I want to describe an effort that we undertook probably 9 months ago to right-size our budget through a series of budget adjustments over the years. It became that were unallocated to different programs or other kinds of adjustments we had to deal with. We realized that our fundamental budget could not afford several positions that we had. And so in order to ensure we did not overhire, we had a series of hiring freezes over the years that are very cumbersome because in the end you have to establish a waiver process because every once in a while we have enough resources to pay for a handful of our vacancies. That really doesn't make any sense. So we asked our executives to look at their total complement of staff, including those that we could not afford anymore, identify their highest priority, their highest needs, and therefore their lowest needs, and then reduced overall our position count to better align what resources we have with both the 26 and 27 budget with a footprint that we could afford. And as a result, on net, we reduced the number of locally funded positions. But again, we did not have the resources to pay for this by 23. And on net, we reduced SPR funded positions by 4. This allows us.
You said 23, but it says here 32.
Right. The net effect. So you'll see that we reduced total local fund positions by 32, but reallocated 9 of those to SPR funding. So the net effect is a 23-person reduction that used to be funded by local funds that we did not have adequate resources to pay for. And then on net, we reduced SPR FTEs as well. We believe now we're in a position that as vacancies occur, managers can hire right away and we don't have to manage a cumbersome waiver process, knowing that we now have to become more efficient to manage our expectations. But on the other hand, these positions hadn't been filled for a while because we couldn't afford to do it any longer. So we've right-sized the organization, our expectations with the footprint that we can afford in terms of employees. Very pleased with this outcome. We currently, because we've had a couple of years of vacancies, or I'm sorry, hiring freezes, we have currently a vacancy rate of roughly 9%. we expect by the end of the summer, we will hire up to the position of 5%, which is what we're funded for in fiscal year 27. Next slide. We are now available for any questions you have. Look forward to them. Thank you.
So what is your vacancy savings rate for fiscal year 27? Is it 5%?
Yes.
And for the current year, what is it?
Almost 10%. That implies that we need to do hiring, and so we're very aggressively implementing strategies to hire up. Because we've had a freeze, we've had to slow down the pipeline growth.
Who put the freeze in place?
Well, it's a variety of actions that we took, as well as in order to deal with the budgets that we had for fiscal year 24 and 25. Remember, 25 was changed for all of us because of the continuing resolution. So we, in order to take our share of reductions associated with the continuing resolution that affected our budget, we had a hiring freeze in place.
But that was 25.
Right. We kept it going through the first quarter of this fiscal year, just so that we could finish this effort to figure out really in the long run, what could we sustain.
So your agency put the freeze in place. It wasn't the mayor.
That is correct. We did that, however, to ensure that we lived within our financial means.
Now you said 2 years, but FY25 is 1 year.
Fiscal year 24, our budget was not large enough to afford all of the positions that we had. And there was a couple of adjustments that were unallocated made to our budget in the proposed budget that was ordained by the council. In order to manage within the resources we had to institute a modified freeze, and as time went on, it became more permanent. The bottom line is we're trying to manage within our means and have been successful doing that.
So your fiscal year 2027 Schedule A shows a total of 126 vacant positions. Does that sound right?
Roughly, yes.
And that's roughly 10%? No, you don't have that many employees or FTEs, do you?
That's higher than 10% right now. The vacancy rate has actually gone up over the past few months as we felt the impact of the freeze has continued. It was lifted in January, and now we've resumed recruitment for all of our vacant positions, apart from those that are being eliminated in FY27, of course. And so we're working very hard to get those positions filled using all available resources that we can.
Do you have a hiring plan?
To elaborate on those available resources, yes, our HR team is using a number of websites that link our job openings with people who are interested and have the skills to do the jobs. These include USA Jobs, Green Door, LinkedIn, Indeed. And then we also undertake specialized recruitment efforts for certain position groups with professional organizations such as IAAO for appraiser positions and GFOA for accounting positions.
And anecdotally, we hear that the market for hiring is far better than it was 2 years ago, for obvious reasons. And so we're optimistic that we can get on track and have a workforce that fits our budget.
So could you share the hiring plan with us?
Sure. We can describe to you what we're doing.
No, I mean, I'm
elaborate.
assuming it's written.
there's strategies in place, we can document those for you. That is the plan. So there are strategies that we have in place. If you'd like us to describe them to you by work group, that's probably most effective, because how we approach tax auditors is far different than folks that manage accounts payable, for example, or accounting, which is fine. So we
Okay,
have
so-
different strategies for different work groups. We're happy to share that with you.
So if you could document that and share it with us.
Yes.
How many positions will be dedicated to your cash management initiative in FY27?
I don't know right now, because from our perspective, this is a major initiative with the organization. In the end, most transaction people and certainly all accounting people will be affected by some of the process changes we need to implement. Certainly many of our treasury operations folks as well. So we're in the process of putting together the leadership team that will implement a lot of the back end changes that we need to make to ensure that we're managing resources in the environment we're in right now, in a cash, soon to be cash strapped environment. So all to say that I think it's the responsibility of the organization to adapt our current staff to this challenge and make adjustments that we need to make. We may hire a consultant or two to help with some of the very technical work that we need to change. But as an organization, we need to donate that marginal 3 or 4% of many of our people, 20 or 30% of others, to make some of these adjustments.
Now, you hired a consultant.
We did.
Earlier this year. So you're saying you may hire additional consultants?
That consultant allowed us to figure out what our strategy should be and key work areas. It could be, as we dive into a couple of those work areas, that we could use high-level technical expertise to help unwind our current processes, or how our systems, for example, between treasury and accounting can work together more efficiently.
What was the name of the consultant?
Gartner.
Gardner?
Gartner. T with a T.
And are they still on board?
I think we completed, they may do some residual work, but they effectively completed last week.
Did they help you with the cash flow analysis or projections over the next 2 years?
They didn't help with that as much as identified some of the complicated movement of cash through our system that we have to evaluate and simplify. That was more what they evaluated, as well as our organization, figuring out are the responsibilities aligned to the right groups and so forth. And they were very helpful in those two areas.
How many tax auditors are budgeted under the OTR in fiscal year 2027?
Buddy?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Bradley Skipworth, Interim Deputy Chief Financial Officer. For our audit administration, we are currently staffed at about 68 auditors. We're staffed at 68 FTEs in that administration. They're not all auditors.
Okay, my question was about auditors.
So specifically auditors, to date, we have about 28 auditors that are actually on the books. And that consists of auditors, senior auditors, and supervisors.
28. How many vacancies?
Go ahead.
Sorry, 18 current vacancies in the audit department.
So when filled or roughly filled, that would be about 46 folks
Yeah.
that are auditors or supervisors.
Now, is that
within the-
also the budget for FY27?
Well, the difference with 27 is we have new initiatives and receive 17 FTE for those initiatives. I don't know the distribution of what professions those 17 folks are, Roddy?
Yeah, specifically, we're putting together a revenue initiative between revenue officers and auditors, certain initiatives between compliance and then specifically delinquent collections.
You said you're still in the process of determining the mix of revenue officers and auditors?
Nine auditors.
9 auditors, 9 additional auditors we requested in FY27.
So that would be for FY27, if you fill all the positions, 28 plus 18, which is 46 plus 9,
Correct.
which equals 55, I think. So let me ask the same question about revenue officers. So for auditors, tax auditors, you said to date you have 28 on board. There are 18 vacancies. There'll be 9 additional in FY27 for a total of 55. So what do the numbers look like for revenue officers?
So for revenue officers, currently, we have the total complement, authorized complement in that administration is 91. So we have about 10 vacancies in that administration.
Okay, but those are not all revenue officers.
Correct.
So how many revenue officers do you have?
I think the revenue officer total is 81.
I'm assuming, so like with the auditors, you said there were 68 in that organization or administration, of which 28 are auditors.
Right.
So wouldn't there be the same sort of, wouldn't that be?
In the collections administration, there's a more concentration. Most of those employees in that administration are all revenue officer classifications, certain, whether it's revenue officer, senior revenue officer, supervisory revenue officers, and they're all in the collection and enforcement function. The audit group has separate functions that they perform outside of just audit.
Okay, so there are 81 plus 10 vacancies.
Correct.
And then for FY27, how many additional positions? Another 9?
8 revenue.
8 revenue officers.
So that comes out to 99 total.
Correct.
What does a revenue officer do?
A lot of different functions. So we have revenue officers that are doing more taxpayer service. We send out many billing notices based on filings. And so those taxpayers are able to call us and ask questions about their account. If there are adjustments that need to be made, those revenue officers would make those adjustments. We also have a contingency of revenue officers that perform outreach and education They will go to business meetings and, talk about the clean hands function. They'll talk about proactive ways to stay out of the collection function. Additionally, the actual clean hands function is performed by revenue officers. They will support business owners in the district through the clean hands process, making sure that they actually receive their certificate. We have a group that actually does more enforced collection through liens, levies, and garnishments. And then we also have a field division where those revenue officers are out in the community doing canvassing work, more proactive, meeting business owners, making sure that they know about our taxpayer portal. And we also have those that will go out and do the enforced collection, revoke sales tax licenses, and actually perform some of our stronger enforcement functions.
So when I call and I say that my tax bill is wrong, I'm talking to a revenue officer. And when I'm operating my restaurant and not paying my employee taxes, and one of your folks come in, that's a revenue officer. And when I'm applying for a clean hands certificate, that's a revenue officer.
Yes, sir.
So with the auditors, how much revenue do you estimate each auditor will generate? Do you have an average for that?
As far as our auditors, we typically don't associate them with direct collections. Typically, we're evaluating and rating that group based on audit assessments. Audit assessments they're able to generate, whether it is a no change audit, an increase or a decrease audit. It's more of a compliance function as opposed to, obviously, they do bring in revenue for those change audits, but we measure them more in audit assessments.
What does that mean? No change, more change, less change? That's not exactly what you said, but so I'm an auditor and I should do so many no change audits, or I should just do so many audits?
Well, we have a group of analysts, data analysts, and they do more of the work on audit selection, right? And so the auditors are not going in with a mindset that we're going to increase revenue. They're a compliance function. And whatever comes from the audit, that's what comes from the audit. The more analytical work comes from our data analysts with audit selection.
And they're part of this audit group?
They are.
So when we went through the numbers, 28 on board, 18 vacancies, 9 additional for a total of 55, that's not the data analyst.
Correct. Those are just auditors.
So do you assign a value to the data analysts? They're going to come up with $1 million each?
No, we don't assign a value to the data analysts. For the auditors, we're really looking at those audit assessments. And so we do track that year over year, what that contingent of auditors are able to assess. And so if you're now, those do lead to collections, obviously, but that's how we're actually evaluating and measuring.
So, Mr. Lee, do you in the revenue estimates include a value for what you think you'll bring in next year for audits?
Yes. Yes, explicitly. And we've talked about this before, and also compliance. So not only the audit people assessing the taxpayer for additional tax, they pay it, but then also folks or taxpayers who are not complying with existing law where the liability is clear, they're not paying. Yes, we include that information in our revenue forecast. Absolutely.
So if I went to the revenue estimates, I would find a number, let's say $1 million for audit revenue. And let's say you only had 10 auditors, I could say each one will generate 100,000. Is that an unfair calculation?
No, not at all, because that is a straightforward look at what overall effectiveness is. And what the data analysts are trying to do is help you drive that average up by selecting taxpayers with particular attributes, whatever kind of tax you have, that when they are audited, for whatever reason, are not complying to code. And sometimes it's mistakes, sometimes it's misunderstandings, sometimes it's explicit trying to avoid taxes, but our analysts are constantly trying to find attributes, sets of attributes of taxpayers that when we do audits, we find relatively high non-compliance. The higher, the better, because we want our auditors to be working with taxpayers where they have a high rate of some sort of mistake that they make. And so to your point, we're always wanting to have more resources brought in per our current staff, our current footprint. Always trying to strive for that. So it's utterly fair to divide what we bring in versus how many people that are supporting that function. So the answer is yes, it's fair.
The answer is yes, but your answer was sort of no, that maybe I shouldn't say rank. You score them based on the number of audits, not on how much they bring in.
We score them based on the
Microphone.
the assessment.
Microphone.
We score them based on the dollar amount of the audit assessment that they're able to generate.
Okay, that's a different answer than you gave before. I wrote down here, don't assign value.
No. The audit assessment, but that's not direct collections. The assessment is what we're ranking the auditors on.
Okay, you lost me. So if you audit me and you assess that I underpaid my taxes by $1 million, that's the assessment. Isn't that also kind of what you expect I'm going to have to pay?
Yes.
Typically,
Do I get to not
there's a
pay?
failure rate to that, and it can be up to 15%. So in other words, if on average with a large population, and this is true industry-wide, there'll be a share of people that you assess that you're never able to fully collect the assessed value. The assessed value, not in terms of property tax, but the assessment that's been identified in an audit.
So you,
go ahead.
So you do have a value, dollar value for each auditor.
We could do that, yes, but that is not the way that administration works. The OTR itself, when we're looking at our metrics, we don't assign a dollar number to the audit administration. We do for the collection and enforcement administration, but for the audit administration, it's more based on the number of audits plus the assessed value.
Now, collection and enforcement, was that included within your revenue officers?
Yes.
So collection and enforcement does have a value.
Yes.
The rest of them do not. I would kind of think they wouldn't. The person who takes my complaint, you said was a revenue officer. I don't know that you could assign a dollar value there.
Well, typically taxpayers are calling once we've sent them a bill. They could call proactively, but we do have a separate customer service call center for that. But for the collections call center, we're sending out billing notices, and that's what's driving our call volume.
So for the collection and enforcement, did you call it an administration?
Yes.
What value, or what do you estimate each of those positions will generate?
So for the revenue officers, we assign a value of about $1 million per FTE they're able to collect in a fiscal year.
That would be collections and enforcement. You said there's a call center, but you also said that one of the functions of revenue officer, or some of the revenue officers, to taxpayer service.
Yes, sir.
In the fiscal year 2027 budget, the Office of Tax and Revenue generates an additional $3.7 million in revenue through, quote, compliance initiatives, unquote. What is this specifically?
So we have a series of initiatives that we would like to roll out that would allow us to garner incremental revenue growth. So specifically, one of them will be we have a partnership with the IRS. They send us data extracts on audits that they perform, and then we're able to take that data and then make similar changes on the DC tax return. If
That's one initiative.
that's one initiative. Another one is the collections call center will be able to make outbound phone calls. Today we do not, and that's really a best practice for many collections organizations to make those outbound calls. Now that we've made an investment in our call center technology, we're able to take full advantage of that ability to make those outbound automated dialer campaigns. Also, we're going to do some automation. I talked a little bit about levies and garnishments. That's a manual process today. There are some technology options there for us to automate some of those functions by selecting accounts based on data attributes that will be ripe for levies and garnishments. And then instead of handfuls, because it's a manual process, we'd be able to do more of those. And these are taxpayers that are already, have filed and we'd just be able to collect on that delinquent revenue sooner.
That's 3 initiatives.
Yes, sir.
Any more?
Yes. In addition, we're going to expand our field presence. Today we have a finite number of revenue officers that only limits us in the field to touch certain taxpayers, and we kind of we value those taxpayers based on a couple different attributes, but that expanded field presence will allow us to have a broader touch point in the district.
What does that mean, field presence?
Actual revenue officers out in the community, new businesses that just pop up. We have a canvassing campaign, but we can only have a limited touch point. There's so many businesses in the district, but if we were able to expand that, we could have more revenue officers in the community having those touch points with our retail industry.
More?
Yes, sir. Also, our audit administration will take a look at credit card fees, very similar to many of our businesses have converted from cash to credit, and so that methodology between spending cash at a restaurant versus credit at a restaurant, that the auditors will be able to look at that and look for specific underreporting. Kind of that cash seepage, if you will, looking at the size of businesses and then how much that cash by credit ratio should really be.
Okay, any more?
Yes, sir.
Very fruitful here.
Last one is we have a campaign we would like to look at probate collections. Today we do probate collections. We have one probate court in the district, but when we do analysis on our own tax system, we have a very transient population, as you know. So taxpayers will earn income in the district, have a tax liability, but retire or do some other type of transition to states that have a more friendly retirement.
Yeah, I moved from here to Florida.
Exactly.
And so what's your probate folks going to do?
So right now, we would file a claim here in the district, but the taxpayer could open up, the taxpayer's beneficiaries could open up a probate estate in Florida. And so today we would miss out on that because we only have the ability to file those probate claims here in the district, but we want to start being able to file those in other jurisdictions. And we're going to use a vendor to help support us being able to file probate claims in other jurisdictions for taxpayers that earned income and that incurred tax liabilities here in the district.
So this is all through your revenue officers or revenue and audit?
Right. So that probate collections, we work together, but it's mostly a collections function.
So I want to ask you how many staff are dedicated to these new compliance initiatives? Is that part of the 9 additional in audit and 8 additional in tax revenue?
Yes, sir. And this would be new growth that we'd be able to generate with these employees.
So the 17, that's the 9 in audit and 8 in revenue officers, the 17, that would be entirely for these new compliance initiatives, or?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I believe for the first fiscal year, we're ramping up, so we're estimating $3.7 million. The out years, we estimate at least $10 million a year, and that's inherent in the proposal. So in other words, the forecasts have been adjusted for that, as we normally do for policy initiatives.
And that's reflected in the revenue estimates?
Right now, short answer is yes, but it's not in the February forecast because it's held out separately as a positive impact to the budget process. So in other words, if there's a change that requires legislation and there's more revenue, we include information in our budget plan documents that show, should you choose them, how much money would be incorporated into the plan. The plan itself is balanced against these resources, but you won't look in the sales tax revenue forecast or the income tax forecast and see their share of this money. Rather, it's held out along with other revenue proposals as a revenue that the proposed budget balances against. But if you choose not to go forward, then you know explicitly what revenue's left over. And that's just a.
So you're saying it's in volume 1 in the table that shows the revenues from this budget?
Yep. Yes, sir.
So it's there.
Yeah, and in the financial plan as well. But we call these initiatives or policy proposals for enhanced revenue that the plan is balanced against the proposed plan, but until, of course, you ordain it, it's not incorporated into the revenue forecasts themselves.
In the fiscal year 2027 budget, the Central Collections Unit generates an additional $3.9 million in revenue through an, quote, initiative, unquote. I love some of the budget book descriptions. They really don't say anything. What specific initiatives will be implemented?
We are working with the Attorney General to create 2 new positions in the Attorney General's office that will support our Central Collection Unit. And here's how this will work. Only the Attorney General can file a lawsuit or file suit against people who owe the district resources or money. And so we will partner with these two individuals to hand over those debts that are owed to the district that require explicit court action. And we believe this is the most effective way we can expand resource collection for the central collections unit, is by working with the Attorney General's office and taking a much more active role with their partnership of debtors who need legal action in order to collect.
2 new positions at Attorney General.
Yes, but they will work almost exclusively, as I understand it, with our central collections unit
Do
folks.
these positions show up in the budget? Because my understanding is that the budget for the Attorney General has a reduction of 52 positions or 58 positions.
Answer.
These 2 FTEs will show up in the AT0 OCFO budget.
So it shows up in our budget.
A special purpose revenue, 2 new FTEs.
But to be clear, they're under the chain of command of the Attorney General.
Yes, we'll provide funding to the Attorney General through MOU.
And this is what specific initiatives will be implemented? It's what I'm hearing from you is basically litigation to enforce
That's right.
collections.
The types of cases that have been described to me that are fruitful is many associated with Department of Motor Vehicle past due liabilities of people who have operated vehicles in the district. In addition, our overall outstanding delinquency debt is about $220 million, and there's a fair share of that that could be subject to this particular kind of enforcement action that's beyond what we normally do. So we're excited to get started with the work. So looking forward to this initiative moving forward, given our responsibility is to track down delinquencies that are owed to the district.
So you estimate 3.9 million in FY27 would be the
Yes.
revenue from this? Is this like the last issue, the compliance initiatives, so that it goes up in the out years?
Not at this time. The revenues, we're looking to monitor and track how well these cases go, litigation goes, and then we'll obviously adjust the forecast going forward.
So
Usually until the hiring is in effect and people are online in the AG's office, you can't count on resources because it's solely dependent on those folks.
But you are counting on 3.9 next year.
Yes, that is true.
Is there anything in the financial plan for subsequent years? Is it 3.9 or 0?
I don't know.
We'll check on that. I don't know. Unlike with the tax side, I understand that. Let's check what the out years look like. I apologize. We will provide an answer to you. Clearly, we wouldn't be moving forward with this if we didn't think there was an out year impact. The issue is whether or not we are confident that it can stand up as effectively as we know Mr. Skipworth and his team will stand up, because we've had experience with that.
Your capital budget for FY27 is 2.25 million. What is this for?
OCFO has a capital project titled IT upgrades. We use it for smaller system enhancements, for end-of-life replacements for equipment and IT infrastructure hardware. In FY27, the 1 million of this amount is planned for the continued support for our OCFO cloud migration project, been going on for a year or two and will continue to go on for another year or two. Also planned is infrastructure and network replacement of hardware. And then we also have some servers at the end of their useful life. Those two together are about 1.2 million. And then we have a small project to upgrade our server security for $50,000. So that gets the total of, that's the planned use of the 2.225.
So I don't have the capital budget in front of me. Are you done with diffs and?
Done with funding for diffs at this time.
Mhm.
There is a question about the procurement modernization project, which is a component of diffs, just recently become a component of diffs. And so that could well be additional funds in the diffs project in the future, but not in FY27.
So is there any money in the capital budget for the procurement modernization?
No, and the reason for that is this project is driven by OCP and OCTO. And we're now almost completed with the first phase, which was activating within diffs or the Oracle system. We have the procurement module so that many of the procurement functions will migrate away from the legacy system that OCP has into the Oracle platform or diffs, which has saved the district a ton of money by being able to do that as opposed to OCP buying their own system. So we're very pleased with that. We still have some work to be done there. It's unclear right now, at least to us, what the next priorities are in the full implementation of modernizing procurement is. That's driven, again, by OCP. We look forward to sorting that out, but at this point in time, we're focused on getting this current process done. They're not in a position to provide us the detail of where they want to move next, so it wasn't appropriate to include anything in our budget.
Do you have a sense of how much money will be necessary for this?
No, we don't, moving forward.
Give me a sense of magnitude, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million?
It depends fully on the different parts of different changes that OCP wants to make to procurement processes. They're the driver here. We're providing the platform and then the integration of their process into diffs, which will save the district, again, substantial sums in the long run. But we really need to understand from OCP and OCTO their next steps, which is fine. We're busy completing the first phase. Not knowing is fine, is my point.
Okay. So help me understand better your special purpose funds. Why do you have, for instance, a special purpose fund for interagency fees? But I may ask that for each of them. I may run out of stamina to ask about each of them. But why would this just be general fund money or local funds?
This is a longstanding arrangement that we, CFO Lee described. We share this fund with DCHR. It assigns a charge, a small percent of fringe benefits, actually health benefits charges that agencies use to pay for their payroll expenses. A small portion of that is compiled in a fund. And this fund is shared with DCHR, and the purpose is to fund the payroll and personnel expenses across the district.
Those expenses are incurred by us and DCHR through the services we provide. Again, ours is primarily payroll, but there's some benefits that we manage as well. And DCHR uses their share of this. I believe it's an even share.
Split 50-50.
They're 11.5 million a year, roughly, for a variety of services that they can describe.
You said how much million?
11,250,000.
Is your share?
Yes.
We share evenly. So in other words, our share is 11,250,000, as is theirs.
And the source of the funds is, you said, a small percentage of,
the health benefits, fringe benefits cost for each of the employees in the district. We take from each agency that small percentage. And it's compiled in a fund, and that fund is the interagency service fund.
so you collect from each agency a small percentage of their fringe benefits.
It's actually the health
Put that
benefits
in
line.
this fund.
Yes.
And then out of this fund, you pay your costs for payroll, and DCHR pays its costs for
A
whatever.
variety of services they provide. yeah.
Payroll and personnel
Yep.
across the district.
Central collections. So does that mean central collections is kind of run out of the funds it generates?
Yes.
So it collects money from him and her and them. It goes into the special purpose fund, and then out of that, they pay their expenses.
Mhm.
And their expenses are 7 million?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Bank fees. So Wells Fargo, where we have some money, they charge us for some of that,
Mhm.
their services. They also give us interest.
Mhm.
Why do we have a special purpose fund for that? Why isn't that just a local fund expenditure?
Well, that grew out of, we were correcting an incorrect practice many years ago when the banks were just netting our interest. They were taking off their fees off the top. And so to correct that, we want to cover, record all the costs and all the revenue, 100%. And so the special purpose revenue was a way to record, here's the interest, here's the bank, here's the fees that we pay the bank. And the revenue source for that is the interest income. And so that interest income, just enough to pay for the bank fees, is put into this special purpose revenue fund. The rest of the interest stays in the general fund.
So the way it used to work.
I almost followed that.
Yeah.
Yes, so at the end of the year, this is SPR, this fund balances to zero. We just take the portion of the amount of interest needed to pay for the bank fees into this fund. The rest of the interest stays in the general fund.
So let's say 15, 20 years ago, we'd earn, I'll just make a number up, $10 million in interest. The banks would give us $9,500,000 and keep $500,000 for their fees.
And there was a question as to whether they were charging us the right amount for fees.
It's not terribly transparent.
I vaguely remember this.
Yeah. And
But is the answer to have a special purpose fund? As
well,
opposed to having them bill us for the fees? And
They bill us for the fees and we pay them. We have a contract with them. We pay them after they give us invoices. And we record those expenses. And then the revenue source to pay those is the interest. We take the interest that's needed to pay for those fees.
your question is right on, though. Is a special purpose fund necessary for that clarity in that transaction? If we were to implement this kind of arrangement with our new financial system, we wouldn't do this. We would record all the interest as it comes in the general fund, and you could identify some share of it just as it hits the general fund that is supporting these fees, or just have it a straight general fund expense. Either way. There's many practices that led to the proliferation of special purpose funds, both how elected officials wanted to track a particular revenue stream and a particular expense, and other convenience relative to our legacy financial systems that today we would treat differently. But the bottom line is, for a couple extra steps in accounting, the effect is still the same. The general fund has as a revenue the interest that is everything but these bank fees, and then we explicitly can track exactly what the bank fees are. We just do it through the device of a special revenue fund.
you know, this reminds me of the testimony. Did you hear the testimony? Several witnesses at the beginning talked about a public bank. Have you looked at that at all?
I have, yes.
Thoughts?
Well, it depends on what state you're in, because typically states highly regulate formation of banks, especially things like credit unions, cooperatives, cooperative banks, and so forth. So it depends on that legal structure first. And then second, you have to jump through hoops with the Federal Reserve to be able to ensure you have enough capital to operate. All to say that your initial analysis isn't necessarily on the benefits, or maybe not so much benefits that those speakers were talking about, but it's a lot of work has to go in to figure out, relative to district law and the Federal Reserve, what are the requirements to even stand up that sort of institution. In the particular state I was working at the time, it was not viable without state legislation. Here, we're far more nimble, so maybe that's not as much of a problem. But the point is, we found it fruitful first to figure out what the regulatory responsibilities, capital requirements and whatnot were to stand up such an institution, to take deposits. And then you can start working on the economics, because if it's impossible to stand it up, it wasn't worthwhile. So that's my about in terms of just establishing it. I think that's important. The second is the proponents or the people sponsoring the creation of a bank really need to identify what outcome they're looking for. In other words, are we trying to minimize interest rates on consumer loans? Are we trying to create, 20, 30, 50 basis point savings on mortgage rates, which is a different kind of structure than if you were to focus on consumer loans? What is it we're trying to do? Or are you looking at a mechanism to provide lower interest rates for developers of low-income housing or something like that? Well, if you do that, then you have to evaluate what's the point of the Housing Production Trust Fund, if not to help subsidize those buildings. So you really have to focus on and identify really clearly what is the outcome, so you then can learn how to structure the capital stack that supports that, the limits on borrowing and so forth. So yes, in the 2017 and 18, I spent a lot of time on this topic.
Special purpose funds, lottery reimbursement?
I'm sorry?
Lottery reimbursement?
When several years ago, when the OCFO, when the lottery became part of the OCFO's administrative authority, we consolidated their administrative functions into OCFO Central Administration. And so at savings, when you looked at both those processes together. So in other words, we in the OCFO AT0 agency provide legal services, procurement services, our internal audit and security services, HR, personnel services, and as well as executive oversight. And so there is, when that consolidation happened, it wasn't a consolidation of agency to agency, but it was just those administrative functions. Then we arranged for a payment to be made to support those central services.
So I'm guessing lottery revenues, not all, sort of like the bank fees, lottery revenues equal to what your expenses are put into this fund, and then the expenses are paid out of it.
Yes, for 27, it's a little over 2.2 million. And again, when we first did this, there was a savings at lottery because they no longer had to support those functions.
Yeah, but it sounds like it could be the same as the prior discussion. This could just be straight old entries, income and expense entries with the general fund. But so this dates back to that lottery coming into the OCFO and the lottery paying for its own expenses, but its expenses are being borne by OCFO, so the fund was created to do that. Give me a second here. The district currently requires developers to forward fund TIFs. What I mean by that is developers fund the improvements and then are reimbursed. This was not always the case. While this change apparently predates your tenure, Mr. Lee, I'd like to understand why we require this for TIFs, because it makes the TIF less attractive for development.
Yeah, I'd like to understand as well. And so it does predate me. I did not realize this particular change had occurred. There's a couple of policy decisions that have been made outside of our office. And so rather than answer this with only half the answer, we will respond in writing a more complete answer of how this change occurred, what were the decisions that led to this. It's complicated because it's a TIF. It also is complicated because it's associated with the downtown TIF, which has been used many different ways as I'm learning. So I'd rather have my staff take a few more days and provide a complete picture for you here.
You said policy changes outside of your office?
Yeah, there's discretion that DMPED has as well as we have in managing in TIFs, and I just don't understand it well enough that I felt it was useful for me to try to skate by. I'd rather have a precise answer to you. And I think this is an important issue for economic development, and I'm sympathetic to it. So you're right, this predates me, and we're happy to have a comprehensive answer for you.
All right, that would be very helpful. And it sounds like you understand exactly what I'm asking about.
Yes, yes.
On March 3rd, the council approved an emergency bill enabling the Archdiocese of Washington to file supplemental deeds clarifying longstanding equitable and beneficial ownership of properties by individual parishes without incurring a transfer tax. It's my understanding the Recorder of Deeds refuses to implement the law. I think you were here when a representative of the Archdiocese testified.
Yes.
The council's intent was very clear, and that was namely we wanted these deeds to be processed with minimal paperwork and with no tax liability. That seems to have been frustrated. Can you explain what's going on? Actually, I think I know what the explanation is, and that's that the legislation used the term supplemental deed.
Right. So
But the intent couldn't have been clearer.
I appreciate that, but the fact pattern and the way that was structured, that law was structured, has some problems. And my understanding is that the AG is a recommendation for a correction, and I saw it earlier today, we concur with that recommendation. I believe it was in part of an amendment that you were proposing, if I recall correctly. Our team feels that that is the solution. And so we are willing to work with your staff, the Archdiocese, and of course the AG to help you move that correction through.
Well, this was 2 months ago, so I remember that I had an amendment and I pulled the amendment back because the Archdiocese objected to, I think, so again, this was 2 months ago, the Archdiocese said that the amendment, I think, struck the term supplemental deed, and the Archdiocese said that absolutely had to be in there. Regardless, I think our intent couldn't have been clearer, and that is these deeds title is held in the name of the Archdiocese, although in practice, it's been the individual churches that have owned, operated, and so forth the land, and they want to put the title in the churches and not have to file 1,000 pages of paperwork and also not have to pay a transfer tax since it's them. We couldn't have been any clearer about it. I just don't get why that term is a hangup.
I think it has, from my limited understanding, it has very specific legal meaning, and the fact pattern on the ground with the Archdiocese is one that creates a problem with that term, supplemental deed. And so I can't describe why it doesn't work for the Archdiocese. We don't, I believe there's a disagreement about just how the relationship between the Archdiocese and the individual parishes actually works. And so we are happy to have more dialogue about that. I understand your objective. We clearly don't have a stake in that objective, but the way the original legislation was structured apparently is problematic relative to what we see as the fact pattern with the ownership. And so, again, we concur with the recommendation that the AG provided and can work with the Archdiocese and the AG to look at alternatives if they have a particular concern about the notion of a supplemental amendment.
I may be wrong, but I want to use the word minister as in, it seems to me this is a ministerial function. What the Recorder of Deeds does, or what your, I don't know if it's attorneys at OTR.
No,
that
but
it's ministerial, and it's like the ministers are over-analyzing this. If St. Matthew's, I don't know that St. Matthew's is one of them, but I'll just say that. If St. Matthew's is a church in the diocese, and it turns out that the title is held in the name of the Archdiocese, and the Archdiocese wants it held in the name of St. Matthew's, who cares? So the council said, we don't care. We passed this bill. And it's like the ministers are over analyzing this and saying, well, we need to understand the relationship between St. Matthew's and the Archdiocese.
I think with any action that the recorder takes, or quite frankly, in our tax world, we first try to understand the facts that are brought to us and how it relates to the law and the practices that we have that are based in law. And so it is our responsibility to be as true to the law as we can possibly be relative to the fact patterns. And evidently, there's an issue with the concept and notion of the supplemental deed relative to what your intent was and the archdiocese corporate structure. And so I would push back there and say, we don't want too much discretion. We want to follow the law. And we would be happy to work with your staff to explain what we understand the reality to be and look at different options to resolve this. And yeah, we would happily walk through what's been provided to us, our interpretation of the law that we're supposed to carry out, and show where we think there's a gap here. Happy to do that. And with the AG as well, AG staff.
It's feeling very bureaucratic to me. So let me move on. We've noticed a number of funds whose names were changed in the FY26 Budget Support Act. But the fund names in the financial system and printed budget books have not been changed accordingly. For example, the Medicaid Collections Third-Party Liability Fund is now the Medicaid Provider Fraud Reimbursement Fund. The budget book and financial system still refer to it as the former name. Now, part of my question here, which I'm not sure I like, is does the OCFO have a plan to make sure the naming conventions are consistent with what is in the statute? I'm not sure I agree with all these name changes, but if we're going to do the name changes, there should be some consistency. Mr. Kennedy.
Hi, Eric Kennedy, Deputy CFO for the Office of Budget and Planning. Yes, to your question. Oftentimes when there are name changes, we get a lot of them up front, but it's not like a 20-minute process. So every year we update the financial system to accommodate those name changes. So whatever name changes have occurred, assuming whatever they want to do with it, whatever it actually happens, you allow it to happen or whatever, we'll make those changes and 27. They'll be in the 27 system.
So to be clear, I think this is like many components of the mayor's proposed budget until you ordain it. We're not going to make permanent changes to our structures.
And yeah, that's one reason, but that is one reason. In some instances, however, we may not have known about it at the time, or we may not have had time to make the change. Like that could have been a provision that happened 2 days or so. I'm not saying it did, but it could be something that happened just before the budget had to be transmitted, and we don't have time to do it. So, but we always go back and make those changes. Like, for example, I heard we always go back and make those changes. I'll stop.
Are there any name changes that are important? Because I sort of, when I looked at that in the BSA, I was kind of thinking, don't we have better things to do in this government? But there might be some name changes that are important. Are there?
So for us, we don't really weigh whether they're important or not. We weigh whether they fit, whether they have too many characters and we can get them in the right way. But no, we don't prioritize. Once a name has changed and it doesn't comport back to what we have in our system, we change it.
Okay. That answers that question. Well, don't be too quick to change them until we adopt the budget support.
Absolutely.
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 Yeah, that won't happen. We won't do anything, and whatever we're going to do, it's not going to happen until September.
Yeah.
Yep. September, October.
Okay.
Yep.
And your takeaway could be, don't we have better things to do? Let me change the subject. Clean hands. So I don't have anything specific here, but over the last couple of months, I've been getting complaints about the clean hands process, that it takes too long and that it is, I want to say, very uncoordinated and unnecessarily burdensome on folks, that there's an expiration to clean hands. When I say expiration, that I don't have the details in front of me, but I get a clean hands certificate from you. But there's still some, maybe I don't get a clean hand certificate. Maybe it's that you check on whether I'm current with DMV, and that's only good for like 30 days. And if the process takes more than 30 days, forget it. This is way too bureaucratic. It looks like you're the one who can answer this.
Yes, sir. So over the years, so I've been at OTR for the past 5 years, and through these hearings, we've heard a lot of testimony about clean hands, and we've put a lot of improvements in. Hopefully, you've seen less complaints on clean hands through the.
No, I'm getting more. When I say I'm getting more, I don't remember getting complaints a year ago, but I'm getting them now.
Right. So there is a time frame that a clean hand certificate is good for, because of obviously the changing of the taxpayer's tax status through returns and certain due dates. So there is a time frame. It's not good forever. So we will issue it. It's good that day. We'll give taxpayers a time frame to use it for whatever they need it for, a contract, a grant, or something of that nature. And if they need it, again, they'll have to come back to us for another clean hand certificate.
So how long does it take to issue a clean hand certificate?
It depends on the taxpayers. We have taxpayers that have very simplistic tax structures, and we have some that have more complex tax structures with disregarded entities and things like that. That does take some
I'm remembering now, that was one of the complaints, was that somebody got caught up in clean hands because of affiliated organizations.
Yes.
That just doesn't seem right to me, and I don't think that's based in the law. I think that's an interpretation. So the purpose of clean hands is that I, Phil Mendelson, am current in my fees and taxes, or I'll put it differently, I don't owe anything to the district government. Not that Phil Mendelson LLC is current as well as me. And I think that that's the way you're applying it.
That is the way that is the way OTR is applying it, that the entity and the individual are.
But the film, in fact, actually, we're not going to say Phil Mendelson LLC. We're going to see ABC LLC, of which I have a 50% stake. I'm not responsible for the whole thing. Can you maybe provide after this hearing what the authority is for that interpretation?
Sure, absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, that was the complaint I got, and I can't remember who it was, but that they were being held responsible for entities that were outside of, I think it might have been a development project, housing project. It was a something. And they were being held responsible for something that they were actually not in control of, as I remember.
If they were a corporate officer on, because that's if they're a corporate officer within any of those entities.
Corporate officer would be like treasurer, vice president?
Correct. Responsible for the finances of that entity.
Well, treasurer is not responsible. Maybe the CEO is, or maybe it's the board, but not necessarily the treasurer. I'd just like to see the authority, because that was not the thinking behind clean hands. How long does, well, I asked you this and you said it depends how long it takes. I mean, you ought to be able to know at the press of a button whether I owe income tax.
We do.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how complex my income tax filing is. What I heard you say was that it depends on the complexity. And I'm assuming we're talking about income tax, franchise tax, income tax.
Correct. And then, some of these entities do have elaborate corporate structure, and through our tax structure, it is difficult sometimes to understand, especially when you're looking at multiple entities who actually is responsible for paying the tax.
So again, I want to see the authority for the multiple entities, because the whole idea behind it was a single entity, a single individual that ABC Corp is owing the city taxes for 5 years and hasn't paid any of its speeding tickets, but not ABC Corp and everybody it knows. I know that's not exactly literally what we were saying, but that wasn't the thinking. And I'm not getting the time frame. Because as I said, no matter how complex, well, you already answered it. You said because you were looking at multiple entities. All right, so you'll get back to me on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So the last issue I want to bring up, I am unhappy with, I think this is just the way I'll bring it up. I'm unhappy with your space utilization. And when I say you, I mean OCFO. So I've asked about this in the past, and I'm told that folks are supposed to come in at least once per pay period, which works out to twice a month. And I think that's just not acceptable in 2026. But I had so I got some data with regard to access card. And it's not even twice a month. February 2025, the average was 1.7 clicks a month. In January 26, it was 1.9 clicks. I think 1 month in the last 12, it was 2 clicks a month, but never over 2 clicks a month. And that's an average. So that means that there are folks who are not coming in at all, or maybe coming in, I don't know what, because the average, I know there, I mean, Mr. Lee, you come in every day, as far as I know. And now I don't think you have to click to come into this building, and these clicks aren't for this building, but average you every day with other people, and you come up with an average of 1.9, and that means there are people who are not showing up. I had occasion to look at your space over at 899 North Capitol.
Yes.
5 people there. There must have been workstations and offices, private offices for 40 people, 50 people.
This was
5
Friday.
people were there.
This was last Friday.
Correct.
Yeah.
And there were many of the offices The private offices had moving boxes from, I guess, 2024 or 2020, maybe it was 2024 when they moved in. Moving boxes. People had not unpacked their moving boxes. No sign of people at a lot of the workstations. I had occasion to look at the 1101 4th Street, 2 floors there. I got to say, I was very impressed with Central Collections Unit. They were working, they were friendly, they were working, there were people there, but the rest of that floor was empty. And that's just not acceptable. There's sort of a question implied there.
Oh, sure. I think there are 3 major things we've faced in the last couple of years that leads us to be in a different place. Number one is implementing the financial system and doing a large-scale change on requirements about being back to work. That's done. The financial system, for its ups and downs, works just fine. The second is that a large portion of our staff in 24 and 25, early into 26, have been caught up in refreshes, which means the buildings have been gutted and they had to not be in a work environment for weeks, if not months at a time. That's pretty much over. I think and so.
It's entirely over.
No. there's still some.
899 North Capitol, that space was finished last year or the year before.
Sure.
And
Right.
1101, depending upon the floor, was finished last year.
Right.
I don't know if any of it was finished this year, but
Right.
it's all done.
Right. What I'm saying is across all the different venues we have, there's 1 or 2 that are still open, but it's not material. I think the fundamental issue is that now that we're past these points, how does our organization rationalize its remote work policies to reflect the current market and expectations of the organization? And then from that, what kind of footprint do we really need to support that and those needs? And I look forward into aggressively pursuing both of those. And in particular, my senior management and I need to figure out the philosophies of how we want to, given the dynamics of the workplace is changing, of what remote work is, what it means, how do we want to manage it, what are conditions for having people back? And then as we start making decisions along those lines, right size our footprint for that reality. And I think it's time we do this. I too was in 1101 most of last week working on a project and without knowledge of what you were doing Friday and came to the same conclusion. We need to think about our policies. First and foremost, what works best for our objectives of how we deploy our folks, and then right size our facilities accordingly. So I'm supportive of your point in general.
Well, but I think you said the same thing last year,
No,
because I think I brought this up, I don't remember what hearing, but I think I brought this up, this is not the first time, because I remember asking about what the policy was of people coming into work, and I was told at least once a pay period, which I thought was woefully too little, but that was a year ago, which means it was closer to the pandemic, but they're not even coming in once a pay period.
We've had a lot of people that were remotely deployed because of the work being done on the different buildings that were occupied in.
Well, I'm looking at.
And so where I'm saying is we're in a different spot today than we were a year ago. And then the conclusions, assessments that I'm coming to is we need to rethink this where we are in 2026.
Well, I
didn't say the same last year because we had so many people that were off-site and there was nothing we could do.
These spaces were completed months ago, if not a year or more ago. So the fact that people didn't have a place to work, I mean, we saw moving boxes that had the date 2020 on it. Now, I think that's because of various moves, but those moving boxes haven't been unpacked. And this is, well, it was May 1st. Last Friday was May of 2026 with moving boxes that haven't been unpacked for 5 years. I believe strongly in the value of people being in a workplace because you can have a lot of conversation and communication that you don't get with teleworking. I also think that people should be living living in the District of Columbia, or at least in the DMV, and I suspect that there's some folks who are teleworking who are in a different state because they can do that. I also think it's just not true that people are coming in twice or once every pay period when I see this click data that's less than twice a month as an average. You know, there are more than 2 pay periods in some months, and to have less than 2 clicks as an average means that there's some people who aren't coming in at all. Let me be a little clear. Some of the workstations, no, some of the private offices, no evidence of a person having been in there at all. Boxes, but no paper on the desk, nothing. The workstations that were in the common areas, workstation after workstation after workstation, no evidence of a person, of human life. We saw a photocopier that was still wrapped up. The cord was not plugged in. I shouldn't say wrapped up, but the film was still on the key panel for copying anything. I mean, it had never been used. It had never been hooked up. And that's going back months, if not a year at least. That was over at 1101 4th Street. I mean, this was just, as I went through, I became increasingly disturbed. We're paying how much rent between the 2 places? $23 million a year? Does that sound about right?
I mean, that could well be right. It's not a part of our budget, but it's the DGS budget.
I'm told it's more than 26 million.
Again, it could be.
For space that's not being used. You know, transition. So I'm remembering my office 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and there were some people who were unhappy when I said we had to come back in 4 days a week. We got over it. We had to get over it. And so I'm not feeling that this is something that has to be thought through, figured out, transitioned into. People need to be back in their offices. I'm getting worked up here. It's just, it's embarrassing that the office of the chief financial officer responsible for the fiscal health of the district government has $26 million in rent for space that isn't being used. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. There's several, I trust somebody took notes, and we'll get back to us with that as soon as possible.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think for you, I'm gonna go for another. That's going to conclude this hearing. The next hearing on budget that the committee of the whole will have is on Wednesday, May 6th, when we will hear testimony regarding Commission on Arts and Humanities, Office of Zoning, Office of Planning, Department of Buildings. On Wednesday, May 13th, we will have a hearing on all of the budget legislation the mayor sent. I want to thank all the witnesses. The time is 7:43 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.